stated that Mr. Makubunga has not been provided with crutches or a wheelchair by the hospital where he was treated. It would be remiss of the legal team not to argue that if time permits, Mr. Makubunga be visited during the inspection in loco. We have surveyed, Chairperson and the panel, whether or not the Commission, in the course of its investigations, conducted any inspection in loco in the past. We have since established that the Commission conducted inspection in loco into the living conditions of school for the deaf in Northwest School for the Deaf following a tragic death of 3 pupils. In that unfortunate incident, 3 pupils died in their sleep while the hostel at the school in Leeudoringstad was razed by fire. With the gruesome incident described to the panel by the witness thus far, it is compelling for the panel to grant this application for the inspection in loco to be conducted. We are mindful that in many instances, inspection in loco will be conducted in criminal cases. Instead of conducting inspection in loco, in some instances, our courts would be inclined to rely on the reconstruction of the scene as it happened in Oscar Pistorius' case, when the reconstruction of the cubicle was deemed sufficient for the court to fully understand and comprehend the scenes where the unfortunate incident occurred. During the Commission on State Capture chaired by the Honorable DCJ Zondo, the legal team of the Commission and investigators conducted an inspection in loco to the infamous Gupta compound, as one witness's description of the rooms in the compound was doubtful. This particular hearing has no luxury of time, let alone the resources to have the reconstruction of the places where the riots occurred in July 2021. In the circumstances, we submit that it is more compelling for the panel to grant this application for inspection in loco to be conducted in areas described above. In conclusion, in the conspectus of reasons adverted above, we submit that a proper case has been made out for the panel to grant the application by the legal team for inspection in loco to be conducted this coming Friday. The proposed logistic will be provided to the panel on Thursday before the panel delivers its decision on this application. That is our submission, Chair. Any addition from my colleagues? That is our application, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Advocate Stene. You indicated that tomorrow is Thursday.
Correct, Chairperson.
So we will then await that schedule for the visits that you're talking about, and by tomorrow morning we will deliver a finding as far as this.
As it pleases the Chair and the panel.
Thank you very much.
Might we be permitted to call the first witness for the day? That is Please. Mr. Mkhize.
Please do so. Let me just quickly also say that I understand that the Commission has issued a media advisory yesterday indicating that the closing date for submissions is the 3rd of December. So as I have announced just now this morning, that is incorrect, and I think we have also indicated yesterday already that the closing date for submissions is coming Friday the 19th of November, and I would like to request the media people of the Commission just to correct that with a updated media advisory on that point. Thank you very much. You can go ahead and call the first
Thank you,
witness.
Chairperson. Mr. Mkhize. Here. Ndicela uhlalele yes. Thank you. Ndicela ucofe apho. Yes. Chairperson, might the witness be sworn in?
Can you just repeat his names, please, Mr. Sitini?
Mr. Mkiza, can you please state your full names and surname?
Igama ngiuTethelelo Refuge Mkhize.
Ntethelelo Refuge Mkhize.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
Unenkinga mnumzana Mkhize ngokuthatha isifungo noma ukuthi nje uzoqinisekisa ukuthi ubufakazi uzobethula buyiqiniso?
Anginayo inkinga.
I have no objection to the oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Uyaqonda ukuthi isifungo leso sishaya kunembeza wakho na?
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence that you will be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Uyafunga ke mnumzana Mkhize ukuthi ubufakazi uzobethula buyiqiniso, iqiniso lonke futhi iqiniso lodwa?
Yebo.
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Cela uphakamise isandla sakho sokudla uthi inkosi ngisiza.
So help me God.
Thank you, Advocate Sitini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Mkize.
Yebo.
Can you please speak up and
Can I remove the mask?
yes, you may. Thank you. Yes. Could you please tell the chairperson and the panel, where do you reside?
Ngihlala eNtuzuma kwasi.
Kwa?
C
I reside at Ntuzuma,
C section.
C section.
And for how long have you been residing in the C section in Tuzuma?
Sekunesikhathi esingakanani umhlala khona?
I think it's 3 years now.
And what kind of an area is that? Is it urban area or it's an informal settlement?
Mhlambe indawo lohlala kuyona ungathi isimo ungisima kanjani mhlambe singathi indawo esingathi isedolobheni noma mhlambe indawo ekuyimkhukhu noma
Lokishi ngomazakhelo.
I would say it's a township where you build your own house.
Khabazela sizocela uphakamisa izwi noma usondele kwe microphone mawukhuluma.
I think ngiyazwakala.
Is that better?
Sicela uliphakamise
Kumele phezulu nje mnumzana Mkhize.
Yes.
Ukhuluma.
Okay, I'll try to be emphatic as I could.
Okay. Okay. Now, can you please share with the panel your experience regarding the July violence? Where were you?
Mhlambe awukuchazela ipanel mnumzana Mkhize ngokuthi mhlambe yini okwenzeka kuwena mhlambe owakubona kwenzeka lapha ngoJuly ngesikhathi khona lesimo esasikhona sobudlame kade lukhona wawukuphi ngaleso sikhathi?
Okay, should I start where I was, maybe in my house, or start in Phoenix?
Just start, say everything to the commission.
Okay. On the 12th of July,
Yes.
bengisendlini with Unzuza, who's a friend of mine.
Bani?
Unzuza, umzokhona Nzuza.
I was at my home with a friend Nzuza.
Nzuza. Then kwafona Gianne Robert, ohlala kwaMashu.
Then I received a phone call from Robert Njiane, who resides at Kwamashu.
Gianne Robert Gianne, not Gianne.
Okay. Robert Njiane.
Ethi angimlande ufuna ukuzongivakashela.
Gianni will be spelled J-I...
J-I-Y-A-N-A. N-E, Gianne.
Did you get that, chairperson and the panel? Yes, please proceed.
Okay, Gamlanda Ujiane, it was in the morning around about 7.
He had
Yeah.
and another one whom we usually call Shana. I don't know his actual name.
In total, sagcina siba 9.
In total, there were 9 of us.
So Magaza received the call from Usnoti, who is a guy wangase ekaya le show.
Mr. Magaza received a phone call from Snoti. Snoti is from a show.
So ekhuluma indaba yokuthi unenyamazana ibambile asizodla inyama. Sahamba ke saya khona ke Econobia. Econobia.
And he had informed us that he was out hunting and there was game that he had actually was able to hunt. And he then invited us for us to eat such meat. And we went to Konobia.
What kind of a game are you talking about, Mr. Mkhize?
Mhlambe kwakuyinyamazane enilana kade niyilokuzile kade eyibambile.
Angizange ngibuze ngadla inyama.
Well, I didn't ask, I just ate the meat.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, sathi ukuhlala nje, then sasa sihamba around about 3. Sesibuyela 3 wasemini sesibuyela kwaMashu.
We sat for a while. I think we left around 3 p.m. Now going back to Kwamashu.
Is it still on the 12th of July?
Mhla 12.
Yeah.
Okay, please
Yes.
proceed.
On our way back sanqamula ePhoenix sasithatha indlela ezoba shortcut ezosikhiphela kwaMashu.
On our way back, we decided to take a shortcut that would go through Phoenix, and it would lead us to Kwamashu.
Kulapho ke enganothisa khona ukuthi umgwaqo uvaliwe ublockiwe kunama burning tires.
That is when I noticed that the road was blocked. There were burning tires.
Kunamandiya ama-males ayengama groups or amaqoqo.
There were Indian people, and they were in groups, and there were males.
Ngaze ngakhuluma kulabe ngihamba namotweni ukuthi hayibo amandiya astrikela ini bafuna amanzi saxoxa leyo nto as we were approaching them.
As we were approaching, I even actually spoke to the ones that I was with and saying, why are the Indians striking? They are striking maybe for water, maybe they are protesting for water, and we discussed that.
What time was it, more or less?
Mhlambe ungabobani izikhathi ngaleso sikhathi?
I think ikwaku around 3.
Could have been around 3.
Should I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, sithe masifika kwigroup yokuqala yasimisa bathi bafuna ukubheka ukuthi khona nemotweni. Kwang-irritate nje lokho ukuthi why bangafuna ukucheck imoto yami.
When we got to the first group, they stopped us. They said they wanted to check something, what would be contained in the vehicle. It quite irritated me because I didn't understand why would they want to check something in my vehicle.
Ngabayekela ke.
Were you driving your car?
I was driving the car, my car.
Your car?
Yes.
Can you please, what make was the car?
It's a Nissan Hardbody 2.5 diesel, 2016 model.
2016 model,
Yes.
diesel.
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
May I just hear, what road is this now where the blocking of the road is and where you got to the first group as you point out?
Omuphi lo mgaqo osuvinjiwe nje uzufica labo oqala nje?
Though I'm not sure because I'm not that familiar with Phoenix, I think it was Pineview. But I think Umseshi case can confirm because I think it's Pineview.
I think the investigating officer of the case can confirm because he has recorded it down.
Yes, please proceed.
So indlela ababefuna ngayo ukusesha imoto yayinoku insulta neanger ethile engangiyibona.
The manner that they wanted to search or they requested to search this vehicle, it was somewhat laced with insults and anger. That's the way that I viewed it.
What kind? Can you describe what was actually said?
There were comments like Zuma's people, monkeys in that process.
Please proceed.
Okay, by checking moto basebethi after ungatholi lutho basebethi asidlule.
They checked the vehicle. After they could not find anything, they then told us to proceed.
How many, more or less, how many people are you talking about who were doing this search, or who stopped you? Who stopped you and searched you?
Kwakuyi group engayi estimate above or around 20 people.
Okay.
Because kwakukhona nabafana abancane mhlawumbe abangaba kuma ages of 12, 14 bese kuba abadala.
It was a group
Around 20 or so.
It would be a group of around 20 people because it also comprised of boys who I would estimate would be around 12 to 14 years old.
Yes, please proceed.
So lo mfana omncane lesikhathi ngisingisusa imoto washaya imoto ngembazo la behind ilokhozana I think we panel le yangemuva just behind isicapha lesangemuva emotweni.
As I was moving, then one of the younger gentlemen then hit the vehicle with an axe. I think it was towards the back of the vehicle, the back panel, maybe behind the back door.
So kwangicasula lokho nabafowethu laba engangihamba nabo to an extent ukuthi they wanted to fight. I calmed them down ngathi no labantu basicuphile asibayekeleni.
That angered me, even the occupants of that I was in company of, and to the point that they actually wanted to fight with them. And I calmed them down and told them that these people are somewhat looking for us to fight back.
How many people were in your car?
Sasiba 9.
It was 9 of us.
Please explain to the chairperson. You said it's a Nissan Hardbody.
Yes.
2016 model diesel.
Yes.
It's got 9 occupants. How?
It double cab. So abanye babehleli ngemuva. So abanye behleli la nami emotweni.
Umuthi ngemuva mhlawumbe usho kwisihlalo singemuva noma mhlawumbe esikhenkeni sayo.
Esikhenke.
It's a double cab. Some were seated in the cabin of the vehicle and others were seated on the bin of the vehicle.
It was 9.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, you were 9.
Yes.
Okay. And how many people were sitting at the back?
I can't be sure.
Okay. Yes. Now proceed from where this young gentleman hit your car with an axe.
So kuyilapho ke laba abanye baqala khona ukushaya imoto. They started banging the car bejikjela nangamatshe ezingithi ngiyasuka ngisusa imoto.
That's when the others started to hit the vehicle. They were banging the vehicle and they were also pelting it with stones as I was proceeding.
Perhaps before you proceed on that note, when you say insults were hurled at you,
Yes.
you were called Zuma's people,
Yes.
you were called monkeys.
Yes.
What was your response to those insults?
Ukukhuluma iqiniso angizange ngize ngikhulume. Umuntu owaba nesikhathi sokukhuluma kwaba uMagwaza, who actually even had a one-on-one words with one of them wayebonakala ngathi uyi-leader yabo.
To be honest, I did not really respond. The only person that responded and actually had some sort of a conversation with another of the group who seemed to be their leader, it was Mr. Magaza.
Do you know the reason you were referred to as Zuma people or monkeys?
I don't know the reason, but what clicked in my head kwakungathi mhlawumbe into yokucwasana ucwaswa ngokwebala.
What clicked in my head was that there was some racial discrimination.
Yes, please proceed.
So kwaba uqala ke kokuvictimizwa kwethu uma ulokhozana uma uMagwaza wehle emotweni ekhuluma nalamandi amanye ayesesiblock ngaphambili kwehla unzuza bamshaya ngetshe ebusweni. That was the first thing.
That was the first time or the first phase of the victimization because even Mr. Magaza alighted from the vehicle and he had a conversation or some sort of back and forth words with them, and the other Indian people were blocking us. And
Unzuza, yes.
and then Zuza again alighted from the vehicle and he was hit he was hit with a stone on his forehead.
Now, you made reference to a young gentleman, Indian gentleman, who was carrying an axe.
Yes.
Do you know what others were carrying?
Abanye babephethe ocelemba, abanye bephethe ama golf sticks and ama beds lawa bawaphethe, and others were carrying guns.
Others were carrying bush knives and others were carrying golf sticks and others were carrying firearms.
Correct.
Yes, please proceed.
So kulapho ngabona khona sebeshaya uMagwaza because uMagwaza was behind the car now ekhuluma nalo.
That's when I saw them assaulting Mr. Magaza because he was behind the vehicle having a conversation with them.
After sebemshayile unzuza, there is kukhona lona ngithi ngathi ubuka ngathi waye leader oyena owabe ese dubula unzuza.
After they had assaulted Nzuza, and the one who seemed to be their leader is the one who then shot at Nzuza.
There was a time la khona I'm George ngesibhamu wazi wamfaka isibhamu emlonyeni. I'm not sure ukuthi wamdubula yini emlomeni ngaleso sikhathi.
There was a time that he was not necessarily pointing the firearm, but poking him with the firearm, and even to the point that actually inserted the firearm on his mouth.
So laba abanye lesikhathi kwenzeka yonke lokho bayamshaya and abanye bayamgenca.
At that stage when that was happening, the others were assaulting him and the others were hacking him.
Now, you say Mr. Magaza was hit with a stone.
Utumagaza
Unzuza owashawa ngetshe uMagwaza bamshaya bamgenca.
No, Nzuza was hit with the stone. Magwaza is the one who was assaulted and also hacked.
Who was shot?
Unzuza.
Mr. Nzuza.
Okay, where was he shot?
Which
Which part of the body?
On the upper body.
Okay, please proceed.
Kwehla unsele emotweni ethi uyolekelela unzuza.
Then Nsele alighted from the vehicle trying to assist Mr. Nzuza.
kulapho khona another sorry to say maybe a dark fat Indian guy owadubula khona uNtsele on his back.
It is when this other Indian fat guy then shot at Nsele.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Ngazama ke ukubaleka as laba abanye ababehleli ngemumva emotweni bavele bahlakazeka abanye base beshawa babaleka bagcwala amahlathi kulapha ngazama khona ukubaleka ngemoto with laba abanye abayi2 abangasala nabemotweni.
I tried to flee with the vehicle because the ones who were seated at the back had dispersed and others had somewhat found ways to flee to the nearby bushes and others had been assaulted. And I then was able to flee with the 2 that were left in the vehicle.
Okuyilapho khona ke baqala khona ke badubula bebhekise emotweni.
That's when they fired shots that were destined for the vehicle.
Ngendlela ababedubula ngayo ngangakwazi ngisho ukuthi ngidrive as normal as you could drive. Ngangiphakamisa ikhanda ngibheka umgwaqo ngiphinde ngicashe because babedubulana ngeibhamu ezinkulu.
Because of their shooting, I wasn't able to drive as normal as you would. I had to take a pick on the road and then hide again, continue driving because of they were shooting in big guns.
Lokhu konke kwenzeka in a very short space.
All this is happening in a very short space.
Or a short distance. As kwakune group engaphambili nayo eyayisilindile. Isiblockile lesikhathi ngidriver ngiya phambili babevele bengihlangabeza nabo bedubula towards the car.
Because there was another group which was in front of me that was actually approaching me at the time that I was actually running away from the previous group.
So kwafika this guy obekade edubula uNtsele. Kulapho wafika khona wangidubula from the window.
Then this guy who had shot at Mr. Nsele then shot at me from the window side.
Yes, on the left-hand window.
On the left-hand window.
Is that the fat Indian gentleman?
Yes.
Yes. He's the one who shot you?
Yes. 2 bullets.
Okay. Please proceed. And where did he shoot? In which part of the body were you shot?
On this side. Or on the left-hand side, back left-hand side. Should I proceed?
Where in particular do you want to demonstrate or do you want to show the panel where, if it's not going to expose you?
Do you want me to take off my shirt or?
No, where were you shot? Because I can see you are limping. Yes. Please demonstrate to the.
In total, bangudubula 4 bullets.
No. Are we talking about you?
The first 2 bullets, I think yangena la yaphuma la neyoqala.
Yes.
It entered on the side as the witness was touching it, then it exited on the other side.
Then the other one yabala.
That's a point of the other one.
Yaphuma la.
It exited on the front.
Should I sit? You proceed?
Yes, you may sit. Okay, did you go? Yeah, please sit. And then after you were shot, what happened?
Ngabe sengimisa imoto lapho ngoba ngangasakhona ukuthi ngiqhubeke umgwaqo wawublockiwe.
I stopped the vehicle because I was unable to proceed since the road was blocked.
Ilapho khona le group yonke ke manje nalebi ngaphambili yafika khona ke emotweni. It was like a game ukubona. Some of them were laughing, some of them were swearing at me, at us actually.
That's when the groups, both the groups, that was the one from the previous one and the one that was in front of, then came, all of them, they came into the vehicle.
Babe shootsa bethatha nama video, thatha nezithombe ezikwenzeka yonke lento le.
They were taking some pictures and also capturing some videos as this was occurring.
Kwakhona, there was a time where they said to me, run to the river. As I was trying to run, ngawa, the time ngitsi ngiyavuka, this other one wangidubula, a dead bullet now.
I tried to run, and after I'd fallen, then when I got up, the other one then shot at me. That would be the third bullet.
Which part of your body?
On the back, next to closer to umgogol.
Next to the spinal cord.
Now, were you hospitalized or did you see a doctor?
As I'm continuing with that, I'm going to get to that point. Should I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Lesikhathi sengilele phansi kwafika a dark Indian guy owayinamazinyo amagolide.
While I was lying on the ground, there came a dark Indian gentleman who had gold tooth.
Wathatha ifoni, wathatha wangikhumula ijacket, wathatha ophaqa.
Took my cell phone and removed my jacket and also took my flip-flops.
And yonke lento mangabe yenzeka, there are discriminating lamagama anokubandlulula.
While this was all happening, the word discriminatory words were still going on.
Can you please tell the panel what words were uttered exactly?
Puss, monkey, Zuma's guy, what are you doing here? What are you fucking doing here in Phoenix? We're going to kill you all, Zuma's people here. We don't want you here. Those were their words.
Please proceed.
Okay.
And perhaps as those words were being held at you, what was your response?
Sasingekho isikhathi sokuphendula lapha wangisibona abangani bakho laba bantu babekushaya bekudubula benza noma yini. There was no time to ukuthi ungaphendulana nabo. The only thing engangiyenza ngangiscreama ngimemeza asking for help.
There was no time to respond because those people were not my friends. They were assaulting me, and the only thing that I did was just to scream and asking for help.
Were you bleeding at that time?
Yes, I was bleeding.
So lesikhathi ke sebengithathile sebengiphucile abophaqa ijacket ifone baphinde futhi bathi angibaleke.
After they had taken the cell phone, the jacket and the flip-flops, they told me to run again.
Baphinde futhi bangidubula. This very same guy okhanyayo manje ngokwebala waphinde wangidubula futhi again. It was like a game by enjoy lento le. They laughing.
And then the very same guy then shot at me again, and it was somewhat a game to them because they were laughing.
Which same guy? Because you've now spoken about three people who.
I was
can
shot
I please
by
finish?
two different guys.
Can I please finish? You spoke about. You said you're shot by the same person who shot Mr. Nzele.
Yes.
Right? And then you described him as a fat Indian gentleman.
Yes.
And you were now shot by a dark-skinned...
No.
Let me finish. You were shot by a dark-skinned Indian gentleman with gold teeth. And now you're talking about a fair-skinned Indian gentleman who shot you. Please clarify those.
The first two bullets ngawadutshulwa is the very same guy who shot Unzele. The
first two bullets.
Yes.
Please go slow for the purposes of us taking notes and the panel as well.
The first two bullets I was shot at by the same gentleman who had shot at Nzele.
Yes,
please proceed. And then after that?
Emvalo.
The other two bullets ngawadutshulwa, it's another guy okhanyayo ngongebala but naye wayeyindi.
Then the other two were from another Indian gentleman who was now fair in complexion.
Yes, proceed from that.
So ngazama
The
ukubaleka
third instance now.
Ukudutshulwa okwesithathu. Ukudutshulwa umuphi ke manje?
ngidutshulwa ilo ngithi uyakhanya ngokebala.
Ophindwa yilo okhanyayo.
Yes.
Okay, the same gentleman.
The same gentleman was fair in complexion.
Yes.
Yes.
So ngazama ke ukubaleka ngaze ngayowela kwigatini lomunye umuzi nje.
I
That's why I
tried.
was screaming.
I tried to run until I landed on someone else's house, or in fact someone's gate, and screamed for help.
Yes, please proceed. No, we just want you to clarify whether you were shot on the third instance.
Ngadutshulwa abantu abayi2.
Yes.
Both of them, they shot me 2 bullets.
Okay. Thank you.
So ngawela egatini lalomuzi ke. That's when a group of Indians afika amanye ngibuza ukuthi ngenzani lana ngifunani lana ngiubani usebenzaphi, all of those questions. Then ke ngaquleka ke from that time.
I fell on someone's gate, and that is when, or in fact, I landed on someone's gate, and that is when a group of Indians came asking me some questions as to where I'm coming from and who am I and where do I work. And then after that, I collapsed.
Ngazo phaphama sengise clinic ekhona lapha ya ePhoenix. Angazi ukuthi ngafika kanjani ngaletho bani, I don't know.
I only regained consciousness when I was at the clinic at Phoenix. I don't know who took me there and how.
When you say before you collapsed, there was a group of Indian people who were asking you all sorts of questions. More or less, how many were they?
Hey, it was kwakuyilaba vela babelokhu bengilandela bevideorize bengidubula.
Okay.
So
It was the same people who were following after me and shooting at me and also taking videos of me.
Yes, yes, please proceed.
okay, mangivuka lapho ke eclinic kwase kusebusuku maybe around 8 because ngaze ngabuza komnyama nesi isikhathi ukuthi ubani isikhathi wathi u8.
When I regained consciousness at the clinic, it was already at night. I even asked from the nurses what time it was, and they told me that it was around 8.
Please proceed.
Ngahlala ke eclinic isisu sesikhukhumele because of poison neskin sami sasishintshile in color.
I was there at the clinic, and my stomach had somewhat inflated because of the poison, and the color of the skin had now changed.
What do you mean your stomach was inflated?
Sasisikhukhumele nje kwangesona isisu sami esinormal sasisikhukhumele.
It was inflated. It was not my normal stomach that I know.
What is your normal stomach size? No, I say so because I see you speaking from someone. It's like you are in pain right now.
Nginawo umkhaba wona, but not that big. Even now ngobubona kunjena, it's because of the bandages.
Please stand up again so that the panel can see.
I have a pot belly, but it is not that big. Even the size of my stomach now that you see, it is because of bandages.
I'm not sure if I can show you the bandages.
If you don't mind. And then from the back, if you don't mind as well. Okay. Please take a seat. Now we are in this clinic in Phoenix.
Yes.
Please detail to the chairperson and the panel what transpired. You've now regained your consciousness. You asked the time. You're told that it's 8 o'clock. Please detail to the panel what happened.
So ilapho ke engabona kanibona khona abantu ababelimele abanye babelele on the floor.
That's when I was able to see other people who were also injured and they were lying on the floor.
Lo nurse engangibuze kuyena, the male nurse engangibuze kuyena isikhathi wangitshela ukuthi sebengijovile ukuthi ngingezwa ama pains, they waiting for i-ambulance of which akabona ukuthi ngizoyithola ezongihambisa esibhedlela because sekushisa ama-ambulance ayi-2 ebezama ukuzongena eclinic.
The male nurse that I'd asked for time from, had informed me that they had already injected me to numb the pain and they were waiting for an ambulance, but was rather adamant that the ambulance may not come because there had been 2 ambulances that had been burnt.
2 ambulances?
Yes.
Okay. Please
So
proceed.
kwaba ubusuku bonke lapho kwaze kwaba usuku langakusasa on the 13th now, 13th of July. Akuyilapho khona ekwafika khona i-ambulance okwakuthiwa izanywe unkosikazi wami benosisi wami.
And I stayed there for the night and until the 13th, the following day. That's when an ambulance that came, and I was informed that it had been my sister and my wife had managed to actually get it.
Before you proceed on that note, you said you saw a number of bodies.
Yes.
Please tell the panel, what exactly did you see?
Abantu ababelele phansi babopha, abanye begenciwe, abanye beshayiwe.
They were lying down, they were bleeding, and some had been hacked and some had been assaulted.
Angazi ke ukuthi mhlambe laba abanye mhlambe okukhona yini abadutshuliwe, but laba abagenciwe ngibona ngoba babe naye gazi ugenceka.
I'm not sure whether they were that had been shot at. I'm saying they were hacked because I was able to see literally the hack wounds and the scars.
Please proceed.
So ngakusasa ke I was taken to esibhedlela i-Eddington. I'm not sure of the time ekwafika ngayo ambulance, but kwase kungakusasa sekusemini kukhanya.
The following day, I was then taken to a hospital that would be Eddington Hospital. I'm not sure what time it would have been, but I know it was already during the following day. That would be late the following day.
You say the ambulance.
Yes.
You were informed that it was organized by your wife and your sister.
Yes.
Who told you that?
The nurses in the hospital, in the clinic there.
What is the name of the clinic? Do you recall?
Project in that clinic.
But you said it's in Phoenix.
It's in Phoenix.
Do you know the name, or it has escaped you?
No, ngiyakhohlwa igama layo.
Okay.
I've since forgotten the name.
Yes, please take us from where now you have been taken by the ambulance. It's on the 13th of July, 2021. You are going to Eddington Hospital.
Yes. On the road to esibhedlela manje. I-ambulance yayibuye igibele ku pavement la khona umgwaqo oblockiwe khona, babuye bayimise i-ambulance lamandiya ngwezwe ekhuluma ebuza ukuthi i-ambulance iphethe bani la phakathi, and this guy abachazela abancenge kusagcina saphuma ke ePhoenix ke kahanjiswa esibhedlela.
On the way to the hospital, the ambulance sometimes would have to try to avoid the blocked road and go onto the pavement on the road, and sometimes it would be stopped, and I would hear the engines asking the driver of the vehicle who they are conveying, and then the driver of the vehicle would plead for them to pass until we were actually able to leave Phoenix.
So okuyilapho ke sathi mangabe sifike esibhedlela ke ilapho ke ngafike ngacisha khona, I will say ngaquleka after lesikhathi sebengifaka e-theater.
When I got to the hospital, that's when I again lost consciousness. At the time, they also took me to the theater.
Nengizwa kuthiwa ke e-theater ngaya khona bafike bangihlinza the first time kwangaba right baphinde bangihlinza okwesibili kwangaba right because babexhuma namathumbu and so forth kwakulimela ngaphakathi and the third time but no ke besang stitcher because kuzokonakala so ngasala nje with an open wound.
I then was told that at the theater I had gone the first surgery and it was unsuccessful, and even the second one, also that one was unsuccessful because they also had to somewhat mend the intestines, and the third one they managed to do, but they decided not to stitch me back. They just left the wound just open like that.
Lapho ngahlala isibhedlela shooting bathi ngaba kwecoma 3 weeks and a couple of days.
I was at hospital for some time. I was informed that I was in a coma for 3 weeks and some days.
I'm not sure if nginganibonisa this open wound because I have pictures.
I'm not sure whether I can show you the open wound because I have photographs of it.
Do you have photographs with you right now?
It's on the phone.
Yes. If it could be passed on to the panel. Can you please take it to the panel yourself? Chairperson, may I request that if it pleases you, you switch on the mic in the event that you want to put it on record as to what you are seeing together with the panel. Thank you.
Put on record what you see.
Yeah, just describe what we are seeing. Just come back, please.
First of all, it's a very gruesome picture. It's an open wound. The entire front part of the stomach has been covered from the chest downwards. Second wound on the side, where I assume that one bullet came out.
Yeah, it's an
Exit, and that is clearly a infestus wound. And then again, a picture of the other wound.
No,
and again,
this is now.
this is
like this now.
Oh, sorry. This is now. It is 3/4 of the open wound that was there in the first picture, and the bullet wound with exit is still the same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Would you like to see it?
Can the panel evidence leader? Can I just ask? Can I just ask Mr. Mkhize? Do you still? What's the level of your pain? Do you still have a lot of pain at the moment?
Yeah. Ngisazizwa inhlungu nginamaphilisi engiwaphuzayo even awokulala. I only sleep in one side because ngiyathunikala on this other side.
I still have pains, yes, and there are tablets that I'm taking, even sleeping tablets. When I have to sleep, I only have to use one side because the other one, if I use the if I use the left-hand side, then I feel pain.
Now, Mr. Mkhize,
May I please ask that those photographs are printed and officially then also submitted to the panel as exhibits.
Yes, we're going to do that. Mr. Mkize, would you mind if the legal team sees those pictures as well? Because we don't have the benefit of what the panel has. Your indulgence, Chairperson, a bit. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mkize says he wishes that these pictures be seen. And I suppose that since this is a public hearing, perhaps it will be prudent that we invite the media to come forward, to come closer, so that they get the glimpse of the pictures that Mr. Mkize wishes to share with the public, if it pleases you.
Yes, that is in order.
May we request members of the media just come closer? Mr. Mkize has granted us permission. Yeah, yes. Yes. Can members of the media please come forward a bit? Yes, even cameras at the back. If you can zoom them. Okay. Mr. Mkize, you can zoom those pictures. Ungaziphakamisa kancinci
Okay.
so that nabasemva bazibone.
Can you see?
Let me just maybe say that I take it that the media will flight the necessary age restrictions and so on, in showing these images. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Mkize. Mr. Mkize, from those pictures, they seem to have been sent to your phone by your wife. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have an idea when they were taken?
I was still in hospital at that time.
You are still in hospital?
I'm not sure of the dates.
Oh, okay. Okay. You will tell us when you were discharged in hospital, and how long did you stay in hospital?
I was admitted on the 13th of July.
13th of July.
Yes.
And you say you were told that you were in coma for 3 weeks.
3 weeks and a couple of days.
Yes. Yes, please proceed where please proceed from where we last ended before you showed the pictures.
I'm being told ukuthi lesikhathi ke sengi wile from ikhoma kunesikhathi la khona engase nganjelwe khona umqondo.
I was informed that at the time that I had come out of the coma, there was also a stage where I somewhat lost my mind or became lucid.
Kuthiwa ngangi memeza esibhedlela ngicabanga ususa amabhodlela kunamandi afuna ukungibulala, even called my sister, my wife, my colleague who's a close friend of mine to come and fetch me from the hospital.
They informed me that I was screaming and shouting at the hospital, saying that they needed to remove some bottles, and also there were Indians that were coming, and even they called my sister and my colleague and my wife.
I called them.
Oh, I called them.
Can you please speak up, Mr. Mkiza? Please speak up.
Okay. So on the 20th of August, ngacela transfer engiyisa ngasekhaya eShowe.
On the 20th of August, I asked for a transfer, which would be closer to my home at Eshowe.
Fortunately, ngayithola on that day, ngaya eShowe ngomhla ka transfer to eShowe.
Fortunately, I got such transfers, and I was taken to a show on that same day.
Then sengiseshowe udokotela ubengibona after 3 days to redress the wounds. So ngacela ukuthi ang discharge ngibe sekhaya ngizobuya, because from ekhaya to esibhedlela it's almost 3 kilometers.
The doctor had to come after 3 days to dress the wound, and I then asked to be discharged so that I would come at the hospital, because it was close from my home to the hospital. It was about 3 kilometers away.
So bang discharge ngomhla ka 24.
I was then discharged on the 24th.
When I was home, saying discharge you from the hospital, that's when I was being informed of okwenzakalile while I was in the coma, while I was in the hospital.
When I was at home after I had been discharged, that's when I was informed of what had occurred at the stage that I was in a coma.
La ngatshelwa khona ukuthi uNtsele no Giane no Nzuza engangihamba nabo bashona.
That's when I was informed that Ntsele, Giane, and Nzuza, that I was in company of, had died.
Ngatshelwa nokuthi imoto yami iyashiswa.
Sorry, Mr. Mkiza, you say you were informed upon you being discharged on the 24th of August.
Yes.
That Mr. Ntsele, Mr. Gianni, who else?
Nzuza.
Nzuza. Thank you.
And I was also informed that my vehicle had been burnt down.
I also have the picture of the car. So actually I was still weak, and in company.
Sorry, who informed you about all of this?
It was my wife and mom. And my mom. So while I was weak, ngacela abangani bami ukuthi bangihambise siyobheka imoto la ikhona, because the financing company was, and the insurance engangithi because ngase ngikhanselile ngase ngizama ukuthi bangikhokhelele imoto, bethi bafuna ukuyibona ikephi, the location of the car. They were asking for the location of the car.
While I was still weak, I asked for my friends to take me to where the vehicle was, because I was trying to sort out the issue of the insurance in the vehicle, although I had already cancelled it, and but they wanted to see the location of the vehicle.
nakuyilapho engathola khona ukuthi amaphoyisa kahle kahle ayengazi, because initially they told me ukuthi imoto ise-pound in Verulam. We drove to Verulam, ngaye amaphoyisa e-police station lakhona bathi imoto ayikho khona.
That's when I realized that the police don't even know where the vehicle was, because I was first told that the vehicle was in an impound at Verulam, and we drove there and we could not find the vehicle.
Came back saya SCR la eThekwini emaphoyiseni, because ngangitshele ukuthi wona who were handling the matter. Masifika emaphoyiseni, hey, we had to run around 7th floor, 9th floor, go back to 8th floor. They were not sure ukuthi ubani ufanele ngikhulume naye kahle.
Then we came back to the police station at CRA in Durban because we were told that they were the ones who were actually handling the matter. And when I got there, I was taken from pillar to post because it seemed like they didn't even know who was actually supposed to be handling the matter.
Then later, sengicabanga decide ukuthi siyahamba nabangani bami laba bengiphelezelile. Sahlangana nomunye usisi okhanyayo nje ngebala. That's when they asked her ukuthi size ngodabelo kanjeni ubani singakhuluma naye, wathi asemlandele siye officeini lakhe.
And as we were about to give up with my friends to go back home, and we met up with another lady who was fair in complexion, and we actually told her what was the reason for our visit at the police station, and we were trying to find out whom we could actually speak to, and she said we must follow her to her office.
Masifika ke e-officeini bafonelana babizana abanye abaseshi, they were celebrating ukuthi ngiyaphila, kwakubajabulisa lokho ukuthi ngiyaphila, because at some stage kuthiwa ngadeclare as umuntu oshonile.
They called each other, the investigating officer. They were somewhat in a joyous mood that I was actually alive, because it would seem there was a stage that I was declared dead.
What do you mean you were declared dead? Who declared you dead?
I can't be sure, because I was in coma at that time, but ngatshelwe ukuthi kwase kupublishiwe even go Facebook ukuthi ngishonile. Relatives drove baya ekhaya, and mabefika ekhaya only to find ukuthi no, I'm in coma actually. And nami ke bakhona wangibonisa even igama lami on the list of abantu abashonile lalivela. So kwaba khona ne trauma nje yaba khona kwi family, because my mom ngesinye watholakala esenyukele na iBP mayezwe ukuthi ngishonile ihlobo. They were all worried and so forth.
It was published on Facebook that I had died, and also family members, they drove all the way to my home to trying to find out what was going on, only to find that I was in a coma, and even my mother somewhat her blood pressure shot up because of what she had heard. So there was some sort of a trauma that went on because of this, because I was somewhat also on the list of people who had passed on.
So lesikhathi sisala phayana ke eSCR, so kwaba khona ke
What is CR?
emaphoyisa.
Yes, but please, for the benefit of the panel, let's say where is it, the CR?
iseThekwini. Ngicanga ukuthi ipanel yona yazi kangcono nami negama lesingisi.
It is in Durban. I think the panel would know the proper name better, or the link.
Is it CR SAHRC? Is it CR SAHRC police station?
You understand what?
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay.
So lapho ke lesikhathi kusakhulunywa lento yokuvuka kwami, abaseshi laba babekhuluma indaba yokuthi ngempela ngafa ngavuka sengiyofakwa emafrijini.
Well, this discussion of my supposed resurrection, I was told that indeed there was a time that they thought I was dead, and then in fact they said I was dead, and then I then resurrected when I was being taken to the fridges.
Okay, bangitshela ukuthi no, actually imoto yami abayazi ukuthi ikephi. There was a group of police who were tasked to ukuthi baqoqa lezi imoto ezishisiwe nezilimalile ePhoenix. Abakwenzanga lokho, so abayazi ukuthi imoto iphi.
That's when they informed me that they don't know the whereabouts of my vehicle, because there was some police officers that were tasked to actually collect all these burnt vehicles that were at Phoenix, but they didn't. Those police officers did not do that. So, in essence, they didn't know where the vehicle was.
Chairperson, it's 10:53. May we ask for comfort break for 5 minutes and also for the witness?
Yeah, now it's a good time to do that.
Can we come back at 11?
Thank you. Let's do that 11 o'clock. We'll come
Thank
back. We'll rise until 11. Thank you.
that you have testified to that effect in relation to Mr. Nzuza, Mr. Gianni, and Mr. Nzele, that they were shot and they died, unfortunately. So let's talk about yourself. We know that you have been hospitalized, you were shot 4 times. What happened to the other 5?
Bashawa bagenco abanye balimala abashonanga kodwa.
They were assaulted and some had been hacked, but they did not die.
Do you perhaps have their names?
Umzwandile Magaza wagenca washawa.
Zwandile Magaza was hacked and assaulted.
And the other guy esimbiza ngoDlamini wagenca.
The other gentleman whom we call Dlamini was hacked.
The other one simbiza ngoManene wagenca naye washawa.
Say it, Manene.
Manene.
Okay.
And the other one whom we call Manene was assaulted and hacked.
Bese kuba umfana omncane sesihamba naye nomngane wakhe nabo bashawa abagenca.
Igama lakhe umfana omncane noma?
Sijwayele ukumbiza ngoShana, angilazi kahle kahle igama lakhe.
And a younger gentleman whom we're in company of, and his friend, we usually call him Shana. I don't know his real name. He was also assaulted and hacked.
I'm not sure if I can verify his name with Magwaza because we are mass.
No. Magaza is going to testify,
Okay.
and then he will share that details. Who's the 5th one? There is Shana and his friend.
Yes.
Do you know the friend's name? Shana's friend.
Angilazi igama lawo.
So all in all, there were 5. That makes the number to be 9.
Yes.
Yes. And yes, let's go back to your vehicle. You are looking for it?
Imoto ngiyibhekile ngangayithola from Verulam to CR to Emapoundini, which lesikhathi ngisasa sibhedlela uMagwaza waye run around eyibheka engatholakali.
I looked for the vehicle from Verulam to Sarswat and also different pounds. Also, Mr. Magaza was assisting me at the time that I was in hospital. He was the one who was running around looking for it.
You said your vehicle was a 2016 model.
Yes.
Was it insured?
Ngase nginey'nyanga ngikhanselela insurance.
There had been some months after I had cancelled the insurance.
How was it financed? Was it financed or was it bought cash?
It was financed by MFC.
Okay, please proceed.
Konje ngiqhubeka ngiqala kephi? If you could remind me.
Moto.
Oh, okay. Ngiphuzile ukuthola isithombe semoto ukusibona. In fact, ngize ngasithola izolo because abantu and family friends bebebona ukuthi izongiphatha kabi. So bengilokho ngifihlela ngisigcine ngisitholile izolo. Mhlawumbe engakusho just ngicela ukubuyela emuva igama leclinic kuthiwa ise unit 10 le ngayiswa kuyona.
There was some time that I wasn't shown the photograph of the vehicle. It was only shown to me yesterday. I would think that my family didn't want me to be distraught by that picture. Just to go back, the name of the clinic that I was referring to was Unit 10.
Unit 10.
Unit 10, by busy Unit 10.
Yeah, in Phoenix.
In Phoenix, yes.
Okay. Is it a clinic or hospital?
It's a clinic.
Okay.
So after this whole up and down,
No, please clarify the issue regarding the pictures of the car. You said your family members had the pictures,
Yes.
but it appears to you that that was concealed from you.
yeah, babengathanda ukuthi ngiyibone because bebebona ukuthi kuzongiphatha kabi mhlawumbe.
They did not want to show me the photographs of the vehicle because they thought maybe it would hurt me to actually see it.
Please just describe to the chairperson and the panel as to when you saw the pictures of your vehicle, how do they look like?
Ishisiwe isemgaqweni ime like iblock umgaqo lesithombe enginaso ngisibonile.
The picture that I have of it is that it had been torched, and the manner that it is stationary as if it was blocking the road.
Have you seen this vehicle as we speak?
Sukwayibona ngamehlo mhlawumbe yona imoto le.
Imoto angikaze ngiyibone till today.
Until today, I have not seen the vehicle.
Okay. Yes.
So regarding to that, maybe just to add on that, engizwa kuthiwa ke amaphoyisa mangabe ngiwa question about my car ukuthi why bethi bayithowile bayibeka in their pounds, bagcina ngamagama ukuthi hayi Mkhize akuyona yodwa imoto yakho engatholakali, amandiya ayithatha imoto ayichopper ema scrapyard wall. That is the answer I got from the police.
Regarding the issue of the vehicle, when I tried to question the police as to the whereabouts of the vehicle, and the final response that I got from them was that it was not just your vehicle, Mr. Mkiza, that had been lost. The Indians had taken some of the vehicles and they had chopped them up and taken them into their
Scrapyards.
Scrapyards, thank you.
Okay. After a couple of weeks, though angisayikhumbuli i-date.
Sorry, before you go there, do you know which police person you spoke to who told you that your car has
It was a group of abaseshi SAHRC who told me that. Among them, kukhona, I think, umphathi wabo kuthiwa uCele.
There was a group of investigating officers at the CR. Among them, there is one who's called Cele.
Is he the one who told you that it's not only your car that has not been found?
Babekhuluma bebaningi, I cannot be sure who uttered those words. Babekhuluma nje kodwa kuyinto ayikhulunywa nje ukuthi hayi as babe yi-group.
Well, it was something that was said. There was many of them who actually spoke, so I can't really pinpoint who it is exactly who said such words. It was just a discussion amongst them.
Now, where are you employed? If you don't mind, you can share the name of the employer, or if you wish to not to state, you can keep it to yourself, or just tell the commission.
I'm a lecturer in one of the TVET colleges here in Durban, public TVET colleges.
Okay.
I'm trying to mention it.
No, it's fine.
I'd rather not mention the name.
Yes. Now, how has this whole incident, how has it affected you? Because you are saying that you were informed that whilst you were at the hospital, you were screaming, saying that the Indians are here to kill you and stuff like that. How has this affected you?
Talking about me personally, lenting hlukumeze financially because of the ups and downs and the medical expenses and all of that, and the loss of the car, if we can count. Personally, angikwazi ukulala without taking amaphilisi okulala. Ngiyahlala kuvele kubuye yonke i-picture at night, yonke into ayenzeka laphayana.
It has affected me negatively, firstly financially, going up and down, and also losing the vehicle, and also personally I'm unable to sleep. I cannot sleep without taking sleeping pills. Whenever I try to sleep, the flashbacks, they all come back.
Before you proceed, at the hospital, when they informed you that you were screaming and saying all sorts of things, Did they arrange you to see a professional, be a psychiatrist or psychologist?
Ukhona udokotela abamletha owafika I think twice. Ngazi noma udokotela noma but twice regarding to ukulahlekelwa kwami umqondo.
There is a doctor that they brought. I think the doctor came twice. I'm not sure whether it's a doctor or what, but he was coming on the issue that I had somewhat lost my mind.
So do you recall how many sessions did you have with this specific doctor?
About 2.
2. Do you recall what did you talk about, or what was the nature of the consultation? You don't have to describe it in detail.
No, wayengibuza nje some general questions. Ngubani igama, uneyingane eyingaki, usebenza phi, and all of those questions. Wakugcina sekungi-irritated because even nangesikhathi sengingcono ngangwezwa abantu bekhuluma ukuthi hayi ngathi ngilahlekelwe ingqondo, because everyone obengena, even nurses bangena, hey Mkhize uneyingane engaki, yonke lento ayigcina singi-irritate. At times ngingabaphenduli ngiyithulele, ubani igama lakho, uqhamuka kephi, usebenza, all of those questions.
He would ask me general questions, for example, as to who I am and where do I work and how many children do I have. And somewhat it became irritating because I could hear, even at the hospital, that they had this mind that I was somewhat lucid, because even when the nurse would come, they would shout, actually ask me these same questions, asking me where I'm from and how many children do I have. And that's why it became somewhat irritating.
You made mention of 2 sessions with this specific doctor. Where did they take place? Was it in a private room or what? Please tell the
ngangibekwe kwi-room yami ngedwa la ababeza khona odokotela.
I had my room, and I was alone in that room. That these doctors would come.
Now, it appears what you're describing is that your discussion with this specific doctor was known by nurses or the hospital staff.
Ngicabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe iwona amanesi who recommended or suggested ukuthi ngithole umuntu mhlawumbe ngizokhuluma naye regarding ukulahlekelwa umqondo.
I think the nurses are the ones who actually recommended that there must be a professional who can actually speak to with regards to the mental issue.
Now, Mr. Mkiza, you are saying that you were irritated after those 2 sessions when the nurses asked you exactly the same questions that you were asked in those 2 sessions. Did I understand you well?
No.
Okay.
Maybe let me clarify on that.
Okay.
Wonke umuntu bekangena ezongibona in that hospital, ama-nurses, including nurses and doctors, babengibuza the very same questions repeatedly. Mangena ungabu nurse Dlamini, unurse Nzuza, ngabu nurse bani, bazongibuza these very same questions. Ngubani, ngiyazi kwenzakalani, uneyingane ezingaki, are you married, usebenza phi? So if uzobuzwa lembuzo lena wona wonke umuntu ongenayo 3 weeks now ngekuhlale ngakirritate manje leyo nto.
Everyone who came to see me at that hospital, even the nurses, they would come and ask relatively the same questions, asking me if I know what is going on, how many children do I have, if I'm married, and where I work. For the whole 3 weeks, it was relatively the same questions. So if these questions had been asked repeatedly, at some point one gets irritated because of that.
Now, how has this incident, this unfortunate incident, how has it affected your family?
I'm the only child in my family, kumama no baba. In the entire family, cishe ama males sibayi 2. bese kube ama extended. So umama if bengishona bezoluza I breadwinner alose her only child.
From my parents, I'm the only child. And related to the whole family, I think there's only about 2 males, including myself. So if I were to die, that would mean my mother is losing her only child and the very few males that were there.
So okugcine kumgulisa umama because during that period kwashona umamkhulu wami and umama was very sick at that time. Akakhonanga nokuthi ayomncaba ngoba wayegula.
And that also affected my mother's health because during the same period, my aunt died and she was even unable to go bury my aunt because she was sick.
Okay. So, a couple of weeks after that, I received a call. Ngifonelwa omunye wabaseshe ngasalikhumbuli kahle igama. Sa-arrange indaba yokuthi sibonane.
I received a phone call from an investigating officer. I don't really recall the name. And we made an arrangement to meet.
So, savumelana ukuthi sizobonana on such date. Engasayikhumbuli, I drove from Eshowe. In fact, my cousin drove me. Sezalana eThekwini to meet up with this lady, Omsesh.
We made an arrangement to meet at a certain date. I don't recall the date though. And my cousin drove me from Eshowe to Durban so that we would meet this lady.
Then she took a statement of the incident.
She took the statement of the incident.
I went back home. Kwaphela isikhathi maybe a week. Ngingayitholi ilokhuzana information ukuthi kwenzakalani. I decided to call the lady. Just that number ngisave as umsesha ngikhumbula ngempela igama lakhe.
I went back home. I think a week passed and there was no information that was coming. So I then decided to phone this lady. I still have the number. I even saved it as Umseshi because I don't really know her name.
Ngambuza about the progress ye case wangitshela ukuthi case yami seyishintshiwe isi investigator omunye umseshi.
I asked about the progress of the case, and she informed me that my case has been taken to another investigating officer.
Waited for this investigating officer iskati, and then sa wangifonela sahlangana eSkhawini.
Waited for this investigating officer to contact me, and indeed there was a contact and we met at Esikawini.
Oh, sorry. Ngathi sikhona ngikushiyile. Ngicela ukubuyela emuva kancane.
I have omitted something. May I go back a bit?
Nomseshi wangifonela wangitshela ukuthi ake sifike siyolalela icala eVerelem.
Umuvulo wesibili manje umseshi.
Lo wesibili, yes.
This now new investigating officer then phoned me and asked me to actually go and listen to a case at Verelem.
Okay, I came back from Eshowe ngathatha uMagaza noDlamini noManene as abantu engangihamba nabo on the day silimala.
I came back from Eshowe. I took Mr. Magaza, Dlamini and Manene since they were the people who were present on that day in question.
We went to Verelem salalela ke icala then. That's when I saw the guy who shot me and Unsele.
We went to Verelem to listen to the case, and that is when I saw the person who shot at me and also shot at Unsele.
I think he was accused number 4, if I'm not mistaken. and accused number 1 was the guy who shot Unzuza. Lower him, Georgia ngesibhamu ezamfaka isibhamu emlomeni.
The one who was poking him with a firearm and even inserted this firearm on his mouth.
And the other one was accused number 2, or wayephethe ucelemba emgenxa ngambona naye.
The second accused is the one who was carrying an axe and was hacking him. I saw that.
I then notified the investigating officer ukuthi namba labantu.
No, yes.
That there are these people.
Now, who is this now new investigation officer? Remember that you said the investigating officer who was the lady. If you didn't know her name or you couldn't recall her name, you saved her as Umseshi.
As Umseshi, yes.
Now, this new investigation officer, the IO, called you
Yes.
and asked you to attend the case at Verulam.
Yes.
And what is his name?
Bengu.
Bengu.
His name is Bengu.
Bengu. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, masibakhombisa labantu laba uMagwaza wabona futhi uMagwaza actually wayebachaza bonke ukuthi lo wenza ukuthi mina ngangisakhumbula le 3 le. And then I saw umfana a dark, okay, sorry to say, umfana nje omkhudlwana ngomzimba weNdiya owayehleli nathi la ezolalela case owayekhona kwenzeka yonke lento le, was part of it naye wayiphethe induku bejijela imoto.
Mr. Magaza was able to see and be able to describe when he saw them that this one did this and this one did that. While we were there, I saw a person who was seated next to us who was also listening onto the case at Verulam. It was a dark, fully figured Indian, a male, and he was carrying a stick on that day at Phoenix, and he was amongst the people who had actually assaulted us.
Okay, ngambonisa umseshi wathi abezokwazi ukwenza i-arrest bazoqale basithatha ama-statements kuthina before they can actually arrest these people.
I pointed out to the investigating officer these people, and this investigating officer informed us that no, they would not make any arrest at that stage. They would first have to take statements from us.
Of which what mhlambe a week later wafona umseshi senza arrangement. That's when we let me finish up the issue of a court. What I actually saw enkantolo angicabanga ukuthi kuyinto mhlambe a court of law, in a proper proceeding of a court of law. Why I'm saying this, it's because these accused came in request of a bail application, and inkantolo iyababuza ukuthi how much can you afford. Athi umuntu mina pensioner nginga afford bail ya 5,000 because ngihola 1.1,000 ingane zami ziyangipha imali ngigcine mhlawumbe ngiba no 5,000, and that person anikezwe ibail ya 5,000. Omunye abuzwa athi mina ngisebenza what usebenza udrive idimela uhola usala no 33,000 after deduction. Banikezwa ama-bail according to their affordability. Ashiwo yibona ukuthi mina I can afford bail ya 20,000, mina I can afford bail ya 5,000, I can afford bail ya 4,000. Banikezwa ama-bail, and during that process there was a conflict of our statements.
What I saw at court on that day, I don't think it was correct court procedure, because because they were there to apply for bail, and the court would ask them how much they afford, and then, for example, one would say he's a pensioner and he can only afford a certain amount of bail, and he gets some money from the children and maybe can afford the bail of 5,000 rand, and they will be given the amount, the bail amount that the amount will be set on the amount that they can actually afford. And one would say, for example, he's a train driver, and after deductions, he has about 30,000 rand left, and he can afford bail, let's say, of 10,000 rand, and the bail will be set on such amount. And from all this was happening, I didn't see that it was a somewhat correct procedure for the court to actually happen, because they got what they can only afford at that point in time.
And on their lawyers were stating ukuthi some of them bayagula, baphila nge-medication, bayajova and so forth. So abakwazi ukuthi bahlale elokhozaneni in prison cells. And I overheard a rumor ukuthi sebehlala kwiseli yabo bodwa.
And their lawyers would state that some are in some treatment or injections that they were taking, and they are unwell, so they would be to actually be in custody. And I had a rumor that they were actually now grouped in just one cell. They had their own cell.
Angazi kwangenza ngaba nembuzo lokuthi if bezothi bayagula bona abanama chronic illnesses kwawenzakalani on that day kushuthi bawaphoza babulala abantu bashaya abantu base bayabuyela emuva baya player back baqala baba nama illness again, because abantu labayana they were acting like monsters.
It left me with a lot of questions, because if they were saying they had some sort of chronic illnesses, so it begs the question that on that day in question, when they were assaulting people and then they were killing people, had they paused their chronic illnesses and then afterwards and then went back to them? Because on that day they acted as monsters.
Okay, abathathu kulaba abantu from the 5 abathathu banikezwa ibail according to their affordability, as they've stated in the court of law.
From the 5 accused, the 3 were given bail according to their affordability from the court of law.
Do you recall, Mr. Mkiza, when Mr. Bengu or investigation officer asked you to attend this case? Do you recall the date?
I'm not sure of the dates, but I think I can go back on my phone and check my call records.
Oh.
I will give you one sometime.
Okay. Did the investigation officer, Bengu, did he tell you what case you are going to attend?
Those were his words.
He said it is in connection with the incident that happened to you.
What incident? Because I do not recall you saying you reported the incident to the police.
Ngangeke ngize ngikwazi ukureporta mina to the police, because ngalimala ngaba kwekhoma ngahlala esibhedlela ngaze ngaphuma 2 months after that. So the person who actually reported the case was abantu ababe ngangihamba nabo abakhona ukuphunyuka lapha babaleke like uMagwaza.
I would have been unable to report the matter to the police because I was hospitalized and there was a state that I was in a coma and I was only discharged after 2 months. So the people who reported the matter to the police, the people that I was in company of that were able to actually flee, for example, Mr. Magaza.
I'm saying this because ngathi mase ngifika eCR bangitshela ukuthi asisekho isidingo sokuvula icase, ngizongena under case number 627 and 441. Those were case numbers I was given. 627 and 441.
When I got to CR, I was told that there was no need for me to open another case because I would then be entered under the case number 627 and 441.
Do you know? Do you have an idea who opened that case?
Magwaza wayivula icala.
Magaza opened the case.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, sisasenkantolo ngisho.
Yes.
So these people were granted the bail, 3 of them.
3 of them were granted bail in court.
Kwathiwa bazokwenza i-re-arrest after they've taken our statements from us.
we were told that they were going to make to rearrest some after they had taken a statement from us.
Of which kuza kuba namhlanje akakenzeki lokho. The statement basithatha kumina akaze kube khona rearrest.
Up until today, there hasn't been anyone else arrested. They took the statement from me, but no one has been arrested.
I'm saying this because umseshi wathi uzongitshela mangabe sebenza ama rearrest. So I assume akabophi umuntu because akaza ngitshele till today.
I'm saying this because the investigating officer informed me that he would tell me when he makes any arrest, and he hasn't made any contact to tell me that he has arrested anyone, so I'm assuming that he hasn't arrested anyone.
Now, is Mr. Bengu the one, to your knowledge, investigating this case 627441?
Yes. So after the court session, I had an interaction with umseshi lo uBengu noMadonsela. Raise ama concerns enganginawo about the case, which among those concerns, one ilena a proceeding of a bail application.
After the court case that we are listening into, I had an interaction with both the investigating officer, that would be Bengu, and Madonsela. One of the issues was what had just happened, the proceedings at court.
Part of it was, number one, ngangeko happy ngendlela i-bail eyagrantwa ngakhona. Two, I raised the concern yokuthi we are not comfortable yokuthi singathi sishayiwe sabulawa sadiscriminatwa amandiya i-case iyiswe everelem magistrate we-case kube futhi umuntu wendiya. Kule case akekho umuntu o representer or lawyer representer ama victims. It's only there ilabantu ababushiwe kuphela babe nama lawyers. They were not even offered. So ekrezini kwami lokho ngatshela ukuthi no, don't stress, vele icala ngokulandela lizoya high court ngeliseza la.
I expressed my unhappiness with the bail issue, that they had been granted bail, and also pointing out that I was unhappy about the issue that the matter had been taken to Verulam, and it was after we had been assaulted and we had been hacked, and we had spent some time in hospital, and the matter is taken to Verulam court, in which in Verulam court even the magistrate is an Indian, is of Indian descent, and also there was no one that would have been for the victims. It was only the attorneys for the accused, and we had not even been offered such a luxury. And the response that I got was that no, you did not worry, because the matter anyway is going to be taken to the High Court.
Should I proceed? So it's one of those things ezingenza ngingabi happy ngeproceedings, ama-proceedings akhona regarding these issues. Ngoba akukhulumeli mina ngedwa, because I believe such sensitive cases awakwazi ukuyotrialwa kwi-zone yamandiya whereby an African guy or an African human ozosaba khona ukuthi anqamule iPhoenix abheke Verulam again. Why ingabekwa on a neutral ground? La khona we can all access it.
That was some of the issues that I had raised because for such a sensitive case, and it would be placed or to be tried in Indian-based zone in which a black person or an African person would be afraid to actually cross Phoenix to actually attend such case. Why was it not placed or tried in somewhat a neutral location where it would be easy to be accessed?
I even made an example of inkantolo lena ewa Besta, ukuthi ibingabekwa ngisho khona, whereby people from Enanda Mashu into Zuma can access. People, yes, people from Phoenix, they can access it. Kwathiwa hayi kunama boundaries so.
I even suggested that they may use the court at Kwabesta, in which it is in Tuzuma, in which it would be easy for people from Inanda, from Phoenix, to actually go and access it. But I was told of issues of jurisdiction.
Yes, please proceed.
So kwabake ukuthi ke siyagcinana kanjalo kusazokwenziwa kuthathwa ama statements kwenziwa ama rearrest, then come the time where after a week or a couple of weeks where umseshi wangifonela sahlangana wathatha statement ngasayina statement wahamba engitshela ukuthi baze uzonginforma mangabe sebenzile ama rearrest on the matter.
Then that was the last of our interaction when we were at court until then the investigating officer came again to actually take down my statement and told me that he would inform me when they had arrested anyone else.
Now, Mr. Perhaps let's conclude. You intimated to the legal team that you've got views to express regarding the testimony of Mr. Maharaj yesterday.
Yes.
Can you please tell the panel your views about Mr. Maharaj's testimony yesterday?
In fact, I think I raised two with the media as well.
Yes, please proceed.
Let me start with the media. I think the media is not telling the truth on the Phoenix massacre, because mangabe be televisa lento le yase Phoenix baveza ama videos aseThekwini edrobheni where people were looting, which is not the thing that was happening in Phoenix. Phoenix sasibulawa emgwaqweni on a public road, abantu bezihambela babuya emsebenzini, abantu bebuya la babuya khona bengaphethe impahla bengaluthe lutho. Akuvezwa lokho where we can actually see dead bodies along the road. Akuvezwa lokho, kuvezwa lokho.
They are showing, when they're televising, they're showing pictures or videos of Durban being looted. They don't show Phoenix, in Phoenix, people were killed whom were just walking from work and walking about their business, not carrying any items that could have been construed to have been looted. There were dead bodies that were along the road. They were not showing all that part. They're only showing the looting that was happening in Durban.
That is my concern with the media. Angazi ukuthi inhloso yalokho mhlambe kungaba yini.
I don't know what is the purpose of that.
To me, ngibona ngathi media is misleading the people.
To me, or my view is that the media is misleading the people.
Because if they don't have videos or clips of what happened in Phoenix, bangeza kuthina sinawo amanye.
They may come to us. We have such videos.
Mangabe kuthiwa Phoenix massacre akuvele la kusifa khona sidutshulwa behleka besifaka amathayi besishisa.
When they mention Phoenix massacre, they must show videos of us being killed and assaulted, and then they're laughing and enjoying it. They must show such videos.
What was the other one? Mr. Maharaj. I think Mr. Maharaj was here.
I think Mr. Maharaj was here on his own intentions, or he had his own purpose also, if we can put it like that.
If ngizwe ngathi uqhamuka in some humanity, but yini lento yakhe? If you can
Ubuntu. Phoenix Ubuntu.
Phoenix
Forum.
Ubuntu. Yes. Phoenix Ubuntu Forum.
Yes.
Let me tell you what was happening in Phoenix. There was no humanity. Babungekho ubuntu lapha. So for him to come here and act as if kukhona umuntu esathi masibulawa amandiya basukuma bona wele forum basikhuzela akaze kwenzeke. Every Indian eyayisemgwaqweni lapha yayi violent, yayishaya abantu, yayibulala abantu, and this thing was properly organized because labantu laba they even used ama security companies akhona lapha in Phoenix bebemezana kwabo over sesibulala abantu abayi10 ngala.
When he came here and he was coming from this Ubuntu forum organization that he said he was coming from, when we were in Phoenix on that day, there was no Ubuntu that was shown, there was no humanity that was shown there. The Indians were killing people, and it seemed to have been somewhat properly organized, because you could see that they had some security officers or some security companies that were from Phoenix, and they were alerting each other that we had killed a certain amount of people at the site, and then they were talking on the radio that they had killed a certain amount of people on this side. So it seemed to have been properly orchestrated.
Shono nokuthi ngithi akekho umuntu wayesikhuzela lapha.
Thank you. And also that there was no one who was trying to assist us or maybe trying to help us and trying to stop them from doing what they were doing to us.
Leyanto it was like njengoba ubona movie la dutshulwa khona abantu kungekho khona umuntu osizayo, labantu labayana babe celebrate beshaya amakhwela mangabe sebegaxa umuntu ithayi.
And it was like it was in the movies when people would be killed and there was no one actually stopping it, and they would be somewhat celebrating it and making whistles when they had actually put a tie on another person.
Uma media wafuna ama videos must talk to us, sinawo sizonikeza mangabe nikhuluma ngePhoenix nidlale lawo ama videos ningaveza abantu bethwela ama rights lapha. You misleading people.
If the media wants videos of what had occurred in Phoenix, you can ask us. We have such videos. When you're talking about Phoenix massacre, you mustn't be showing people carrying bags of rice. That's not what happened.
Are you willing to share with the commission the videos that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. I'll hand over to my colleagues to ask questions of clarity.
Yes, please just be mindful of the time. Thank you. Who will go? Mr. Jones? Advocate Lotz?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Magaza, on the 12th, when the incident was taking place, did you have any sight of a police officer?
Kwangekho police laphayana.
There was no police officer there.
Yes, could you please wait for the question to be translated to you?
Okay.
At what point did you first see a police officer?
Mhlambe kube ngasiphi isigaba uqala ukubona iphoyisa?
Phoyisa ngilibone after some weeks ngiphumile esibhedlela la ngibone khona abaseshi.
I only saw a police officer some weeks after I had been discharged from hospital, when I saw the investigating officer.
Or when you were looking for your car?
Yeah,
yes.
Those were only incidents where I actually saw police.
Okay. Now, the female investigating officer who called you to meet up, it was after how long you had been discharged from the hospital?
Iphoyisa lelo umuntu wesifazane lomseshi eliselithi aliselicela ukuhlangana nawe kube semva kwesikhathi esingakanani uphumile esibhedlela so uzubuka ukuhlangana nalo.
I think mhlambe kwaku 2 to 3 weeks.
Emva ukuthi uphumile.
Yeah, emva ukuthi ngiphumile esibhedlela.
I think it would have been about 2 to 3 weeks after I had been discharged.
Physically, did you feel that you were in a better position to leave the comfort of your house and meet up with her? Or did you feel that it was insensitive of her to actually call you and say, come and meet up, instead of her coming to your house?
Should they translate first? Okay.
Mhlambe ngokubona kwakho namnumzana wawusesesimweni ngokomzimba wakho usesimeni sokuthi ungakwazi ukuthi uye kuyena ukwenza ukuthi ungwazi ukuthi inxoxo nomhlambe wakubona sengazi ukuthi mhlambe noko akakucabangelanga uma ngathi ekususa kwakho ethi ufuna ukuyohlangana naye wena engebe ukuthi uyena oza kuwena.
Mhlambe ake ngikuveze nje ukuthi mina angigculisekanga ngalokho. Bengithi ngisazoqedela nalelo daba lasenkantolo because I think abaseshi were tasked and given cars ukuthi beze kuthina, but vice versa bese kuyimina obafonelayo, and I was too weak at that time.
I want to point out, I wanted to actually mention that when I was talking about the issue of the court. I was unhappy with that because investigating officers are assigned vehicles and they're supposed to actually come to us and collect whatever they needed. But now it was vice versa. It was me who was actually approaching them and phoning them about this issue. And at that stage, I was still very weak.
Did you then decide to go and meet up with her because you wanted for your story to be heard or you wanted to make a statement?
Uye kuyena nje ngoba mhlambe ubufuna uthi nawe no lwakhe side lize lizwakale nanokuthi mhlambe ukuthi kube khona into abayenza ngolokho ukushoyo.
Ngiye kuyena ngine anger towards Indian people. Ngiye kuyena ngifuna ijustice. Ngiye kuyena nginethemba lokuthi mhlambe kungafika kwi-compensation ye-loss engi-incurrire.
When I went to her with anger against Indian people, and also I was seeking justice, and also hoping for some sort of compensation for the loss that I had incurred.
Now, after your meeting with her, when was the last time you spoke to this female investigating officer?
Emva ukuthi uhlangene naye kubese kubani nokugcina ukukhuluma naye umseshi lo wesifazana.
Ngicanga ukuthi ila ngamfonela khona mhlawumbe kwasekuphela isonto noma amasonto amabili.
I think it was when I had phoned her, I think about a week later or 2 weeks later.
Is that when you had learned that there's a new investigating officer?
Ula usuthola khona ukuthi nomseshi omusha.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, Bengu called you to come to court, right?
Yes.
Before then, were you ever called to come for a formal identification parade?
uBhengu wakubiza ukuthi uze enkantolo ngaphambi kwalokho mhlambe kwakhona la amaphoyisa akubiza ukuthi awukuzohlonza labantu ukuthi bakwenza lo
Akukho kube isikhathi la khona uBhengu esengibiza khona ukuthi ngize enkantolo kwaba yilokho kuphela.
No, there was no such. It was only at that instance when I was called by Bengu to attend court.
What was his exact utterance when you got to court?
Yina
told you
isho Bengu, that is.
Yes.
I was seeing him for the very first time, and I was angry, fuming, still weak. So there's nothing much as I could up and beside ukunganeliseki kwami kwendlela licala lithethwe ngayo ilokho esakhuluma ngababonisa nokuthi ngilimele kanjani.
There's nothing much that we conversed about besides actually showing my anger and also the dissatisfaction about the process of the court and how this all had gone about.
So, what I'm trying to get from you is that when you got to court, you were told that you must identify the people who had attacked you on the 12th of July.
Yebo.
Yes.
Of which, in that trial proceeding, there was a change of statements there. They said Unzuza, Nonsele, and some other guy I don't know that they mentioned were in a Kosabaki, running or being chased by the police. They were shooting at the police. And ngambuza about that, nomakwazi wambuza about that ukuthi kukanjani ukuthi labantu labasasihamba nabo bese kushintshwa istory ukuthiwe bebebaleka bejaha amaphoyisa bedubulana namaphoyisa isikhathi kwangabo 10 ebusuku kwenzeka lento sibethi silimale emini labantu bebehamba nami ngemoto yami.
And also, another thing, there was a change of statements when I was there, because according to what I learned when I was there was that Nzuza and Gianni Nonsel, Ntsele, were in a Kosabaki and they were chased after by the police and they were shooting at the police, and it was around 10 p.m. And we asked about this because these people who had been shot at and injured at the same time as we were, because we were actually injured at the same time, and it was during the day.
Now, at that time, had you already tried to open a case?
Also, Zamluvu licala ngaleso sikhathi.
Leso sikhathi angithi before siye enkantolo ngase ngeke ngaye CR. La bangitshela khona ukuthi it's fine, ngizongena under case number 621 and 441.
Before going to court, I'd been to CR police station. That's when I was informed that there's no need to open a case because I would be added on the case of 621 and 441.
And 627 and 441.
627 and 441.
And do you know the status of this case 627 441?
I don't know. It was one of the concerns I raised with Abaseshi on that day. But we must be informed. And labantu laba, these Indians, mangabe beye enkantolo, baba escort like VIPs. Mabeya laphayana. And thina we victims asitshelwa ukuthi kune case, there's no transport is provided ngayo ukuthi siyolalela icala, again icala likwi vicinity yabo, comfort zone yabo.
And it is the issue that I raised with them that we needed to be informed about the progress of the case. And also, these Indians are escorted like VIPs when they attend court. And we don't get any information as the victims. And also, we don't get any sort of transportation to actually attend this case. And this case is also tried in their zone or in their comfort zone.
Okay, let me just clarify this. So it's case 227 and case 441.
627 and 441.
They have been consolidated.
No. Ahlukene because nganikezwa ama case numbers I2. Ukuthiwa ngizongena ngaphansi kwawo u627 and 441.
No, it's two separate cases, and I was given two case numbers. I was also informed that I would be added on both the cases.
So you were not given a case number or a case number for the case that you opened or the charges that you've laid at the police station?
Angazi noma mhlambe uyangizwa yini kahle, because I'm trying to clarify this thing. Ngithi, when I went to CR, I was told ukuthi ngizongena under these two case numbers, which is 627 and 441. Ayikho any case number enganikezwa yona ngatshelwa ngala ukuthi ngizongena ngaphansi kwawo.
I'm not sure whether you're not understanding me. When I went to CR police station and I was told there was no need to open another case, I was told I would be added on I was given two case numbers that would be 627 and 441. There's no other case number that I was given.
The way I understood it is that Mr. Magaza actually reported the case, and then I understand now for the first time it's actually two case numbers, 627 and 441. I'm just wondering, isn't there something like 627 stroke 21 or something to indicate the year, or are these the, all you got, 627 and 441? But it's not reported by him, but by Mr. Magaza. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. That's what I was trying to clarify.
May I, Chairperson? Yes. My understanding of, and I'm asking perhaps to the panel, my understanding of a court case number, it's one case number. The 441 designate the year, and the first three digits is the case number. So I don't know whether that's the case, whether it's just one case, because if there was another case, it should have also included stroke 2-1.
I've never been a policeman. I don't know how they operate or how they write case numbers. I'm telling what I was told. So if you need more information to that, I think we can visit the police station and get the relevant people.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Okay, it doesn't appear there are more questions, are there?
Yes, Chair.
Advocate Lodge?
Just a quick one. Thank you. Mr. Mkize, you mentioned, and what I got was you saying that in relation to the media, that you wonder what's the intention of the media, and you are quite emphatic about your issue of the media misleading people in the way they report.
Mnumzane Mkhize ngesikhathi uwethula ubufakazi ukhulume ngokuthi laba bezindaba nokho mhlawumbe ukhona ungenamo nako ngendlela ababika ngayo indaba lezi ababika ukumayelana ke phofu nesehlo lesenzeke.
Okay,
yebo nginezizathu ezingenza ngisho lokho.
I have reason to actually believe so.
Okay, thank you, because I want to get there right away. Before I get there, just to say that this commission or this hearing also received testimony yesterday about concerns in relation to the way in which the media is reporting.
Uthike nayizolo sithola umlokhuzana ungenami ngendlela abezindaba abayibika ngayo lolu daba.
Upon your reflection, and perhaps because I wasn't clear, and that's why I'm raising the question, upon your reflection, what do you think is the reasons? Because you just said, you said just now that unezizato, meaning that you've got reasons, and I didn't capture those reasons or izizato. Could you please share, just enlighten us and the panel, please?
It posed the question of who's running the media. And if you do your background check, you find people of color. And when they present these cases like this, and then basically so lingavezwa, then you'll think, we would say, okay, there is a motive for that, for doing that. I'm saying this because, case in point, siyadutshulwa, siyabulawa, siyashiswa imoto Phoenix. I've been watching news. 405, zonke 404, you name them. Akukho la khona abaveza khona what actually transpired in Phoenix. Baveza ezinye indawo. They will say with regards to the Phoenix cases or massacre, people were looting, blah blah blah, and then show the people la eThekwini be pushing inqola. Abakuveza kwenzeka ePhoenix, which is quite opposite.
It shows whom are the background people or the owners of the media, if I may say, because they are people of color. And for example, if you're taking the case of Phoenix and they are saying Phoenix massacre, and people who had been killed, people who had been shot at, and people who had been abused at Phoenix, and they would show it as somewhat a side note of what had occurred, and they would say there was some looting that was happening in Phoenix, and then they don't show the actual videos of the occurrences that occurred in Phoenix, people getting shot and people getting assaulted. They only show people looting, and that would basically be it.
In Durban and surroundings. So umuntu who does not know Phoenix will say, oh, ayumkhize babelutha ngempela naku ziyavela ithombe abantu bepusha inqola benza in. If usikhuluma ngePhoenix, I want to emphasize this because iyangicasula lento. Mina I can afford impilo engiphilayo leyo iyanginelisa impilo engiphilayo ngalomsebenzi engiwenzayo. So anginaso isikhathi sokuthi ngahamba ngiyontshontshwa ama rice engi afford ukulithenga.
If, for example, a person doesn't know Phoenix and then he would see that, oh, there, Mr. Mkhize's and others, they're carrying bags of rice and pushing trolleys and looting. And I thought they laughed that I live because I am employed. And I have no time to be going around stealing bags of rice because I can afford to actually purchase one.
And perhaps also just to add in the translation that Mr. Mkhize is also saying that this is making him angry.
Thank you.
I don't have any further questions. If Mr. Mkhize is done, then in terms of answering, Chair, that's
Yes,
it from us.
Thank you. I don't have questions, but Commissioner Ntuli, and I'll just be as quick as you can. Thanks.
Kabazela.
Yebo.
Kunencaziselo nje eshodile la. Bengicela ukubuza baba ukuthi lesi silonda sakho ositshengise sona bagcina bezivalile noma namanje sisavuleke ngalendlela.
Is the wound that you had shown to us is still open? Had they closed it up maybe?
Azange sivalwe sesavulekile but sesibuyile kancane. It's the second picture le nginibonisa yona ila sesikhona manje.
It was not closed, but somewhat it's closing up. The second picture that I had shown you, that would be where it's somewhat closing up.
Ubani okusizayo uyahamba esibhedlela bakusize noma umama ekhaya noma nawe uyasiza wena?
Who assists you? Do you go to hospital to get assistance, or does your wife or yourself actually assist you on that regard?
I've been going to hospital for redressing of the wounds until ngacela because sengishintsha after 7 days I'm a bandage. Ngacela ukuthi ngishintshwe unkosikazi wami because she's a nurse, so useyangishintsha ekhaya. I think it's been 2 weeks now engishintshele ekhaya.
I have been going to hospital to dress the wound because I used to do it after 7 days, and until I asked that can my wife do it, because my wife is also a nurse. Now my 2 weeks now I would say it has been about 2 weeks since my wife started.
Babu Kabazela uthena umfundisi.
Yes.
Ngokusebenza usubuyelile emsebenzini selokwenzakala lenhlekelele.
You said you were a lecturer and have you gone back to work?
Angakabi fit ukuthi ngingabuyela emsebenzini, angikwazi ukuma isikhathi eside, and ispeech masiqala manje ukuba kahle kade ngakwazi nokukhuluma kahle.
I am still not yet fit to go back to work because I can't stand for long, and now speech is somewhat coming back. Before it was a bit of a trouble.
Emsebenzini bathini ngalolu daba bayakukhokhela ngenjwayelo bayunderstanda noma kwenzakalani?
At work, what is the situation? Are they understanding the issue or the situation, or are they still paying you as before?
Inhlanhla enkulu ngiqashwe permanent, so bayangikhokhela imali efanele kufanele ukuthi ngiyithole, which is my monthly salary. Ngasubmita incwadi yadokotela now wonke ama medical reports sebengenawo, but it is advantage engiyitholayo because bengibuye ngibe nama extra classes bengafundisa part time, angisakhona ukwenza. That is affecting impilo ebekade ngiyiphila ebiphilwa na umndeni wami.
Luckily, I am permanently employed, so I'm still getting the same salary as I was, and I had submitted doctor's note to my employer, and it has not been a problem. But the disadvantage is that I was doing some extra classes on the side at that stage before I got injured. But now, because of the health, I'm unable to do that, and it has an effect on the lifestyle that I live with my family.
No, ngiyabonga Khabazela. Okugcina ke nje uke wachaza ukuthi ngesikhathi uyobheka imoto usagula ingoba bebeyifuna kwa finance la oy finance ekhona. Awuchazanga ke ukuthi njengoba ungayitholanga bagcina betheni uyayikhokhela still ungayitholanga noma bakwenzela ufefe bayikhansela?
You informed us that you were looking for your vehicle because the finance house was actually inquiring about it. And you did not go further to tell us what happened afterwards when you could not find it, where they cancelled the contract, or you're still paying for it?
Ngizokhuluma iqiniso nje, I'm supposed to be paying for the car as ngingatholakali kunjalo, but ngisabadojile for now because I had hope ukuthi government maybe will compensate kuseklisheke indaba isikweletu semoto.
To be honest, I'm supposed to be paying for the car that is still missing, but I've since actually ran away from them with the hope that the government will somewhat intervene and compensate me for the loss.
Ama statement uyawathola imali lokunyuka nje?
You're still getting the statement and the debt is still piling up.
Yebo, bayangifonela sengiyawaziba nama calls abo, sengazi ngisho inamba zabo. Angisawa answer ama calls, bayang-emailela bang-emailela khona.
Yes, they're actually making phone calls to me. I'm avoiding their calls. I even know their numbers, and they still email me.
Kuthinta kanjani umoya wakho njengoba uloku busy manje ucashelana nabo?
How has that affected you? Because now you have to keep avoiding them.
It's a very sad thing because uthenga imoto ngoba uthi izokusiza, and then boom kube khona umuntu ozobona ukuthi kufanele ayishise ngabe kuyabanda ayothe just like that because you are black, you are a monkey. Then sekufanele ukuthi mina futhi ngi-incur lawo ma expenses, ngikhokhela imoto engasekho eshiswe abantu abanye babo amangaboshiwe. Ngibone ngathi ubulungiswa abukho lapho, and the actual guy owangidubula mina washo enkantolo ukuthi usala no 33,000 after deductions. That guy can afford ukungithengela imoto yami because uyena owangidubula.
It is quite sad because you purchase a vehicle with the hope that it will assist you to better your life. And then a person or some people decide to burn your vehicle because they say we're a monkey and because you're black. Or maybe they just wanted to keep warm at night, I don't know. And now I have to incur costs to try to pay for a vehicle that I don't even own anymore, that I don't even use. And it is sad because the same person who has actually shot at me was the one who said at court that he has 30,000 after deductions, which means he can actually afford to actually buy me another car.
Khabazela asiyeni la enkantolo. Uthena manifike enkantolo nihlale nomunye umfanyana naye owayeshaya kodwa wayengaboshiwe, wayehlele eduze kwenu ninomagwaza. Nakhulumisana naye njengoba nanisenkantolo uma uzosichazela ukuthi nakho asiqale siphendule lo mbuzo, nakhulumisana naye?
You mentioned that at court you were seated with another younger gentleman who was among the group of people who had assaulted you but was not arrested. Did you speak to him?
Asikhulumanga naye enkantolo phela anivunyelwe nokuthi nikhulume because ngizodistracta inkantolo.
We did not speak to him because in court you're not supposed to speak because you disturb the process.
Ngaphandle kwenkantolo nakhuluma naye?
Outside court, did you speak?
Angizange size ngize ngim-approach. Engakwenza ngakhuluma nabasesho ukuthi lo mfana obehleli phambi kwami on the left wayekhona lapha.
No, we did not speak. I only informed the investigating officer that the gentleman who was seated on my left in front of me was amongst the group of people who had assaulted us.
Ngiyabonga asiyeni SAHRC. Uthena nahamba nihambe nibheka imoto nibuza niya kuma floor ahlukile ningatholi kwaze waqhamuka usisi thize senihamba wansiza. Emva kwaloko ke kwase kuba namaphoyisa ajabulayo ukuthi uthola ukuthi hawu uwena lo muntu ebesicabanga ukuthi ushonile. Ngicela usichazele akubanga nencaziselo yokuthi baze kanjani ukuthi uwena, baze kanjani ukuthi wawushonile, wababuza ukuthi bakwazi kanjani?
You informed us that at the SAHRC police station, you went from different floors to try to search for the vehicle, and until you met a certain lady who assisted you, and there was some sort of rejoice amongst the police officers that you were indeed alive. Did you maybe find out from them how did they know who you were, and how did they find out maybe who was the person that they supposed that you that had died? All that information.
Angizange ngibabuze. I assumed ukuthi ibona ababekhipha amaphoyisa akhipha list yabantu abashona, so therefore babazi ukuthi ngavuka, as they were saying ukuthi ngavuka endleleni sokuyofaka emafrijini.
I did not ask them because I assumed they're the ones who had actually made or created such list of people who had passed on. Since I got this information from them, that I somewhat resurrected on the way to the fridges at the morgue.
Okugcina ke Khabazela ungasichazela ukuthi uneminyaka emingaki?
How old are you, Mr. Mkhize?
Ngineminyaka 37.
37 years old.
Wazalwa ngo-1984.
You were born in 1984.
8503 March. It's 36.
Una 36.
36, yeah.
Khabazela selokwazalwa wake wahlangabezana nenkinga efana nale ohlangabezane nayo ngomhla ka-12 July 2021.
In your 30-something years that you've been alive, have you ever met up with such an issue that was the same of the 12th of July at Phoenix?
Angaze ngize ngishawe abantu bebala lamandiya. Akaze bangidubule before, but bengikwazi ukuthi siyindle emnyama basifuni because of ama comments or ama remarks wathola ngisho when you driving emgaqweni. Mukwamdrivisa kambi webala ukuthuka kubize ngawo wonke amagama. Izinto ehlale zenzeka lezo. But the physical part of it bengaze ngi-experience.
I had never been assaulted nor shot at by people of Indian descent. But we as black people had it at the back of our minds that they never liked us. Because you could hear, for example, if there is any issue, let's say if you're driving on the road and maybe there's something that you do that would make him, like, let's say bad driving that you would have done. And you'd hear the comments from them that they actually don't like us.
Hayi sengiphethileke Khabazela nje okugcina ngicela ukugcizisela ukuthi sikhalisana kanye nani sibonge futhi nabo bonke oKhabazela abadala abangekho abakusekela kulenkinga engaka obagcine wahamba kuyona usikhonzeleke nakubazali bakho abacishe bahanjelwa uwena uwedwa kubona uphephise bhuti siyaxolisa ngaloko kwenzakala kuwena.
Ngiyabonga.
Chair, that is the testimony for this witness, unless there are further questions from the panel.
Commissioner.
Just two short questions. Mr. Mkhize, when you went to SAHRC, you had to move from floor 8 to floor 9 looking for your vehicle. Do I understand you correctly that at one stage, one of the members of South African Police said that a dedicated team of policemen were set to collect all the vehicles in Phoenix, and then you were told afterwards that the people of Phoenix went to pick up the burned out vehicles, chopped it up, and went to sell it for scrap. Is that correct?
I'm gonna try to stick on their words. They said they have tasked a group of officers to collect those burnt cars and to keep records. And those people didn't do that job. That is what I was told. So as a result, abayazi imoto yami ukuthi ikephi and akusiyona yodwa engaziyo ukuthi ikephi. Into abayisolayo ukuthi amandiya imoto abeyihlakaza ayithatha ayifaka kuma scrapyard wabo njengoba amanye ayibonakala eyihlakaza emgwaqweni amanye.
Just the last part, Chair, that these people did not do their job. To that end, they don't have any records or they don't know of the whereabouts of these vehicles. They suspect that it could be that the Indians had actually chopped up these vehicles and took them to their scrapyards, since they were that had been seen actually doing such.
Mr. Mkiza, I might have missed it, but the second question from my side, the investigating officer, I.O. Mbengu, did he explain to you why you are now added to Mr. Magaza's case, that you're part of that whole case of 62744/21, and did he, in the event, take a statement for you to support that explanation? Thank you, Mr. Mkiza.
Number one, angwazi ama-initials wakhe, so I cannot confirm ukuthi sikhuluma ngomuntu oyi-one. If you say I.O. Bengu, I don't know. All I know is ukuthi uBengu. Clarification to that.
Kabazela, I.O. its investigation officer.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh.
Okay. Second part of it. Laphayana ngise CR uBengu wayengekho. They told me ukuthi usenkantolo.
First part is that I do not know the investigating officer's initials. So if you're saying it's I.O., I don't know. And also, secondly, when I was at CR, Mr. Bengu was not present. I was informed that he was at court.
Kabazela, nako kusalayo la. uBhengu bakutshela ukuthi usebenza eSAHRC noma usebenza epolice station yase Phoenix.
Were you told that Mr. Bengu works at CR SWAT police station or at Phoenix police station?
I was told ukuthi amaphoyisa were taken from various police station kwafonywa i-team or kwataskwa i-team e-investigates lama cases. To be exact ukuthi uBhengu ubelonga kwi-police station angitshelwanga. I was told that they were taken from various police station. Baze benze example ukuthi khona abanye bathathwe kwamashu khona bathathwe eNtozuma.
I was only informed that there were police officers that were taken from various police stations to form this sort of task team to investigate the whole matter of the violence in Phoenix. As to where he actually works, I was never informed of such. I was even made an example that there are police officers that were taken from Guamashu and some were taken from Ntuzuma to form this task team.
Ngiyabonga Khabazela, Chairperson, for the record, we will have to verify if this is the same Bengu we heard of yesterday who works at the Phoenix police station. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Might the witness be excused?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, sir. You are excused. Thank you for your evidence, Mr. Mkizi.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your time, and siyabonga kakhulu imizamo eniyenzayo ukusiza. Hopefully ubulungiswa sizobuthola, mhlawumbe siphinde sibe ne-trust emaphoyiseni nasenkantolo.
We are grateful for your efforts to try to assist us, and maybe it will regain. We will have some sort of trust now on the police work and the courts after this.
We wish you well, Mr. Mkize. We wish that you recuperate speedily on the injuries that you've sustained. We've seen the horrendous injuries caused to your body. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We wish you well indeed.
Chair,
yes.
we beg leave to call Mr. Magaza.
Yes. May I just have an indication, how many witnesses do we have today?
It's 3, Chairperson.
Okay. Just be mindful that, it is now 12:30 already.
Yes,
So we've taken very long with our first witness.
correct.
But
Chair.
let's call you call Mr. Magaza.
That's Mr. Mzandile Magaza. Chairperson, it's half past 12. If it pleases the chair that we take a quick lunch break, that's if the kitchen is ready, and then we come back after 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'd rather prefer, because Commissioner Nissen also has to do something between 1:30 and 2 o'clock. So what I'd prefer is that we continue until 1:25, more or less.
Okay. As
And
it
try and actually finish with this witness, Mr. Magaza.
As it pleases the chair. Mr. Magaza.
Thank you, Chair. May I proceed?
You may not be first
My
to the oath. Good, it is already afternoon, Mr. Magaza. Welcome here. Are you willing to take the oath or affirm the truth of your evidence?
Yebo, sanibona ngiyanibingelela.
Angibuza Mnumzane Magaza.
Yebo, ngisengithi ngiyanibingelela.
Greetings. Uyabuza ukuthi Mnumzane Magaza uyimisela ukuthi ungathatha isifungo na?
Yebo, ngiyisimisela.
Ngicela uphamisize ke Mnumzane Magaza khona la ngingabuza khona ngokungila eduze kwakho. Yes, I have no objection to the oath.
Thank you. Do you regard the oath as binding on your conscience?
Uyaqonda Mnumzane Magaza ukuthi isifungo leso sokushaya kunembeza wakho?
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Uyafunga ke Mnumzane Magaza ukuthi ubufakazi ozobethula buyiqiniso, iqiniso lonke futhi iqiniso lodwa.
Yebo.
Yes.
Please lift your right hand and say, so help me God.
Aluphakamisa masako sokudla uthi inkosi ingisize.
Inkosi ngisiza.
Oath taken.
Thank you. You may continue, Advocate Mochabi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Magaza, where do you reside?
Ngihlala kuphi Mnumzane Magaza?
Ngihlala kwaMashu.
I reside at KwaMashu.
For how long have you been residing at Kwamashu?
Sekunesikhathi esingakanani uhlala khona KwaMashu?
Kusuka ngo-2005 until now.
Uthi January.
It's until now.
Oh, since 2005 until now.
Are you employed?
Uyasebenza?
Yebo.
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Usebenza kuphi?
Ngisebenza la eThekwini.
I am employed here in Durban.
Do you maybe mind telling us where exactly are you employed?
Unayinkinga ukusazisa ukuthi usebenzela kuphi noma mhlambe indawo osebenza kuyona lapha eThekwini?
Hayi, angiboni ukuthi ngabe kubaluleke ukuthi ngaze ngiyichaze ukuthi ngabe ikuphi yona indawo engisebenza kuyona la eThekwini.
I don't think it's really necessary for me to tell you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Magaza. You had come today to give a testimony in relation to what happened to you on the 12th of July 2021.
Ula Mnumzane Magaza ngokuzositshela ngalokho kwenzeka kuwena ngomhla ka-12 kuJuly.
Will you kindly tell us what happened on the day in question?
Kwenzakalani ngalolu suku?
Oh, nginixoxise nje mhlawumbe ngikulande. Ukuthi ngizokhuluma kona lento engingathanda ukuyikhuluma ngoba eyangiphatha kabuhlungu kakhulu lusuku lwangalo mhla ka-12 July. Lwahlukumeza kakhulu. umuntu
I will try to tell the Commission, although I don't really like to talk about it, because it has affected me quite badly of what had occurred on this day in question.
yeah umuntu owaye around umuntu omnyama oyibala lomnyama owaye around iPhoenix ngalela langa wahlangabezana nomzima empilweni yakhe wabuthwala umzima angikhathana noma ngabe wayemncane noma ngabe wayemdala noma ngabe wayintombazana noma ngabe wayesifazana wesilisa kwakunzima kakhulu ePhoenix.
Any person or any black person who was at Phoenix on that day in question must have somewhat gotten some hardship or some difficulty. It was quite difficult even if you were male, female, young or old.
Yeah, sasamba sisuka eKenobia sisuka kwenye igenge yangasekhaya ukungosinothi kade sibavakashele sathi sihleli sidla inyama lapho inyamazane khona lapha kubona.
We were coming from Kenobia. We had been at Snotties and we were eating some game there.
Yeah.
We were coming from where?
Tinanpuma?
Kenobia.
Kenobia.
Can the
Emma
translator also
13.
speak close to the mic, please?
Yeah, sithe mase suka eKenobia sesiphansi laphana mshuthi kune robot esasifike silicross okuyilona elizosheshela isinqamlelise ukwazi ukufinyelela endaweni ehlala kuzona.
From Konobia, then we would pass through Phoenix, and then there's a robot there that would that is somewhat a shortcut. It would then lead us to where we are coming from or where we are staying.
Now, you keep on referring to we. Who were you with?
Uthi nani wawuhamba nobani kanti?
Asibandinganyana ngoba sasiba u9 kwakuyimina ku Mr Mkhize lo kade khuluma la kuyezinye ke insizwa engaba bikho ke namhlanje kuyezinye insizwe ezadlulayo ngalelo langa.
It was quite a number of us. It was myself, Mr. Mkhize, who just finished testifying, and there are other gentlemen that are not present today, and there are other gentlemen who were there on that day that have since been deceased.
Yeah, sabe sesamba ke satheme silicross lelo robot safica kunedlanzanyana nje legenge yaseNdiya eyimile lapho ayibemi eceleni komgwaqo ka right na ka left.
We afterward, as we're crossing that robot, we then
Sorry,
saw.
man, you were driving.
Nanhamba ngemoto.
Yeah, Nissan Hardboard double cab.
Yes, and
Ka
Nissan
Mr.
Hardboard,
Mkhize.
a double cab. As we were crossing that robot, there was a group of Indian people who were on the side of the roads, on both sides of the roads.
Yeah, abazange basenza lutho labo babe nomsindonyana nje babona ukuthi bayakhulumela bephethe izenze ocelemba nembazo ayisadlula kubona sitheme singaphambili nje eduze nampa abanye ba block umgwaqo baka left naka right naphakathi nomgwaqo babeka amathaya.
Those ones didn't do anything to us. They were just talking, and they were carrying some weapons. Some were carrying some axes, some were carrying bush knives, and we passed those. And then we got to another group that was also flanking both sides of the road, and there were tires that were placed on the road and that were blocking the road.
Yeah, labo esibafica kwesibili ke babe sebesondela kuthina ngoba babevalile emgwaqweni ngaphambili nasemaceleni. Ubese sondela oyedwa kwethu kuthina kwasondela kwakhuluma nami qobo lwami ngapha elokhuzaneni emva ka driver. Wabuza ukuthi siphuma phi ngamtshela wathi siphetheni ngathi asiphethele lutho wathi ucela ukubheka.
Then those ones that we were getting, the second group that we were getting to, because some were standing and blocking the road, one approached us and they asked, well, they actually spoke to me. I was behind the driver, and they asked, he asked where we were coming from. I told him, and he asked what we were carrying. I told them that we were carrying anything. We were not carrying anything. And then they asked to search.
Ngithenga kamphenduleke kulokho mase athi ufuna ukusearch imoto wabese phendula enye insizwa yakanzuzo yadlula ngalolanga ukuthi ufuna ukuyisesha njengobani ngoba akayisilona iphoyisa ngoba ngangisalindele ukuthi kuzophendula umnikazi wemoto hayi wathi umnikazi wemoto asibayeke babheke.
Then, before I could respond to his request, Mr. Nzuza, who was also present on that day, who has since been deceased, responded to him saying, why would the reason for the search? Because you're not even a police officer. And at that stage, I had been waiting for the driver of the vehicle to respond to this person's request. But the driver said, no, it's fine, they can look.
Hayi bese bheka ke wabesetshela laba abanye ukuthi hayi abasuse amathayi laba babevimbe ngawe emgwaqweni.
He looked and he told the others to remove the tires that had been placed on the road.
Bawasusa sime sithi yaqala nje imoto ithi yasuka kwasuka ingane encane nje mhlambe nabo 15 years yavela yagenca imoto ngembazo kuleli side elihleli mina ngapha eceleni.
Then they removed the tires. As we were actually moving off, just as a young child who should have been around 14 to 15 years, then banged the vehicle with an axe on my side of the vehicle, just at the back.
Emva kwalokho ke sitheme esuka lapho sasifuna ukwehla itheme eqeda ukugenca nje imoto ngembazo sabe sesifuna ukwehla emotweni wathi umkhize hayi asibayekeni ngoba kunomshuthi kunomsindo abafuna ukususa.
Then, because of this banging on the vehicle with an axe, we wanted to actually alight from the vehicle. But Mkiza said, no, we shouldn't, because it would seem they wanted us to do something or some sort of retaliation.
Yeah, emva kwalokho ubese eqhubeka kancane ngemoto kwakuthi bayaqala bayadubula laba bangaphambili bayadubula laba ngemumva kwehla mina phansi emotweni kwaze kwehla uNtsele umlamuli kwehla uNzuza kwehla mina kwa uNtsele kwa uNzuza kwa uMagaza uJiyana esehla phansi khathi sebeqalele bedubula kwasala yena umkhize nayo ingane ezimbili emotweni laba babehlele ebhakini bayiqathakela babaleka bona.
Then, as he proceeded slowly on with the vehicle, then they started to shoot at the vehicle, the ones who were in front and the ones that we were leaving behind. And then myself, Ntsele, Nzuza, and Jian alighted from the vehicle. And then Mkize was left now with just two young gentlemen in the vehicle. The ones who were in the bin of the vehicle had already gotten out of the vehicle on their own.
Emva kwalokho ke thina mesisele phansi kwashayeka uNzuza kuthina washayeka emlenzeni
eshaya ngani mhlambe
ayi bamjikjela ngoba kwaba yinto yamshaya wawa.
And after we had alighted from this vehicle, there's something that hit Nzuza on the leg. There was something that was thrown that hit him, and he fell from that.
Yeah, bamjikjela ngoba isibhamu zona zayiqhuma kodwa ziqhumela phambili la okwase kuyakhona umkhize nemoto ngoba yena usalile waqukulwa yimina phansi ewile uNzuza engakwazi ukusukuma bangishaya la embaleni nami ngesamthing engazi noma bangigenca ngani la esithweni kodwa kwena ngangamshiya ngithe mengisukuma naye kwaba ukuthi ke kwafika intshebe lempofu eyinomzimba kuyona yafika yamdubula ephunyuka kumina nami kathethe ngithi ngiyabotha ibase behlasela kanzima ngibona sebelimaze ulo Magaza uJiyana.
Then at that stage, I don't know what they used to actually hit Nzuza with on the leg, and then he fell. And then I was able to actually pick him up because he had fallen. And they also threw something that actually hacked me on the leg, on the lower part of the leg. I don't know what it was. At that stage, the firearms were pointed, they were shooting at the vehicle that was driven by Mr. Mkize. And at that stage, uthi ubani lo intshebe ngifuna ukuzwakala ke ba
intshebe le iyona yayidubula ilindiya
bese yashaya bani mhlambe yona
yashaya uNzuza yamshaya uNzuza egijima phambi kwami ecross ethi yamshaya kade ephuma kumina esandleni kade ngimqukulewile yamdubula ngesibhamu wawa wazodubula ulokhuzana umlamoli
uJiyana
No, uJiyana ulimale kamumva uJiyana.
Okay, umlamuli ubani phela ubili babiza ngezibongo namagama into yangididala.
Oh,
Umlamuli omuphi uNzuza noma uNtsele?
umlamuli uNtsele.
Oh. Then after I had picked up Nzuza, this gentleman who was fairish in called the Indian gentleman who had some sort of a beard, and then shot at Nzuza after I had picked him up. And then after that, Gianna was shot at a later stage, and also that was after Umlamuli Unsayela.
Yeah, umlamuli walimala emva kaNzuza.
That was after Mlamuli had also been injured just after Mr. Nzuza.
Before you continue, Mr. Magaza,
Yeah.
I would like to understand this. You alighted from the vehicle. Were you not trying to run away from these people as you explaining how you saw other people being attacked?
Ngesikhathi wehliya kule moto mnumzana uMagwaza wawungave mhlawumbe uzama ubaleka labantu ecaca ukuthi babenihlasela nje makade uchaza
Angibabalekelanga. Kusehla phansi.
wena mnumzana uMagwaza ngesikhathi wehla wawungazama ukubaleka bona yini njengoba bekade benihlasela
Ngibaleka. Angibalekanga nje naleke ngesehla nazange sabaleka. Kwehla mina phansi ngathi ngizama ukuqhubeka ngikhuluma nalo intshebe la ekade ikhulume nathi ingane izigencimba ilekozana imoto ngembazo. Kwaba ukuthi laba bangapha eceleni kwabo bayaqhubeka bayagadla yona ayikakagadli. Iyona le igcina isidubula.
We're not running away. Even the other occupants of the vehicle were not necessarily running away. I was somewhat having some sort of conversation with the person, the first person who spoke to us, the one who wanted to actually search the vehicle, and then the boy then hit the vehicle, and then that was before he had actually shot at us. The other ones had already started though to shoot at us.
Yes, so what happened during the time when you were conversing with this person, trying to understand why do they want to search the car?
Ngesikhathi ukhuluma naye lo muntu lo uthi kuyena wefuna usesha imoto ekuqaleni kwabe sekwenzakala ngaleso sikhathi leso.
Ukuthi wafike wafuna ukusesha imoto. Mina ngithe ngingakamphenduli ukuthi ufuna ukusesha imoto. Waphendulwa ulokhuzana uNzuzu ukuthi uzoyisesha njengobani imoto uyiliphoyisa yini. Wasethi umnikazi wemoto hayi bayekini bayisesha imoto akunalutho.
He wanted to search the vehicle, or in fact he requested to search a vehicle, and just before I could respond, then Mr. Nzuza asked, why would you even want to search the vehicle because you're not even a police officer? But the driver of the vehicle said it was fine, they can search the vehicle.
Okay. So the reason why you alighted from the car was to give these people a chance to search the vehicle.
Isizathu senza ukuthi wehlike emotweni ngenxa ukuthi awufuna ukuthi baseshe imoto.
Isizathu esangenza ngehla emotweni ingoba ingane yayisigenxe imoto ngembazo esayidini engihleli ngakulona.
The reason I wanted to actually alight and actually alighted from the vehicle was because the child has started to bang the vehicle with an axe.
So were you trying to communicate with this child, or because I need to know the reason why you alighted from the vehicle?
Mhlambe wawuzama ukukhuluma nayo lengane njengoba ishaye imoto ngoba phela uthi uzama ukuthola ukuthi yesiphi isizathu esenze ukuthi uzube uthi uyehlika emotweni wena.
Hayi umuntu esasifuna ukukhuluma naye ukuthi wangabe sayikhuza ingane yasishaya imoto ngembazo ekubeni thina kade kuyena ofuna ukusesha imoto yilo mdala
lo kade befuna usesha
kungakho ngathi noma mengehla phansi ngakhuluma naye futhi.
The reason we wanted to alight, or in fact I wanted to alight from the vehicle, was to speak to this person, the one who actually wanted to search the vehicle, to actually ask him, why aren't you stopping the child from banging this vehicle? Because he's the one who actually wanted to search the vehicle.
Okay. So you got out of the car and Umkiza kept on driving slowly. Is that correct?
Uthi naphume emotweni Umkhize waqhubeka yena eshayela imoto ehamba kancane.
Waqhubeka Umkhize ehamba kancane uthe suka wama ekhomba ukuthi uyasilinda. Kwakhomba ukuthi sesiyadutshulwa ke manje phansi.
He indeed continued slowly until he stopped. He was trying to wait for us. But at that stage they were shooting at us.
Yes. Now, at the time when now the shooting was happening, what were you doing? Were you trying to run away, or were you looking at who they were shooting at?
Ngesikhathi ke senidutshulwa ke mhlambi wawuzama ukubaleka wena mnumzane Magwaza noma mhlambi wawuzama ukubona ukuthi ubani lo dubulayo kudutshulwa bani?
Usisi uyangidida ukuthi umuntu angathi ekudubula ukuthi ufuna ukumbuka ukuthi ubani okudubulayo. Leyo nto angazi ukuthi ngabe izokusiza ngani, ngoba into eyasasizama thina laphana sasibaleka. Mina ngazama ukubaleka ngibuyele emotweni kwacaca ukuthi imoto angisakwazi ukuyifica and iyadutshulwa njengoba ingaphambi kwami kwayona lapha yangakhona. Kwacaca ukuthi ngibaleke ngibuyele esayidini la ka left, igenge leni engangihamba nayenye isala phansi limala.
You are confusing me when you are lacing your question with whether I wanted to see the person who was shooting at us, who it was, because when someone is shooting at you, you try to flee. That's what I was doing. I was trying to run away to actually get into the vehicle that we were traveling in, but it would seem it was impossible since they were already shooting at the vehicle that we were traveling in. So I ran towards the left-hand side, and at that stage, the others who were also at the back who were also being shot at.
Yes, Mr. Magwaza. Okay, because we were not at the scene, so your explanation of the events of that day should actually enable us to understand exactly what happened and the sequence of events, right? So I'm trying to understand that at the time when the shooting was happening, what is it that you were doing and what is it that you were not doing in order for you to see that the other persons got injured?
Ngoba mnumzane Magwaza singekho kwindawo yesehlo incazelo yakho mhlawumbe fanele ibe ngangokuthi sikwazi ukuthi thina sibe nawo umqondo ukuthi kwenzakalani ngokusasingekho ingakuthi uzama ukuthola ukuthi mhlawumbe ngesikhathi sekudutshulo wawuzama ukubaleka noma mhlawumbe wawuzama ukubona ukuthi ukuzuzukwazi ukubona ukuthi obani abalimeli nabangalimeli ngoba wawenzana wena ngaleso sikhathi.
Ngiyakuzwa webhuti wami njengoba nichaza.
Let's maybe start at this point. Is it correct that you actually got out of the vehicle because of the shooting?
Kungabe mhlawumbe uphume emotweni mnumzane Magwaza ngenxa ukuthi sekudutshulwa?
Ngiphume emotweni ngoba ingane kade igenca ngembazo.
I alighted from the vehicle because the child was hacking the vehicle with an axe.
Okay, so now you're outside the vehicle. So is the shooting taking place now at this point?
Uphume emotweni ubese kuqala ukudutshulwa ke la.
No, akusheshanga uqala ukudutshulwa. Siqale sakhuluma nomnumzane lo. Kwaba ukuthi bayajikijela leli lenye iqembu lakhe. Elalithi isandleni sokudla.
Benijikijela ngani mhla?
Besijikijela ngamatshe. Yabo. Ulokhu kokudubula badubule thina sesiqukula mina ngiqukula unzuza ngizolekelelwa uJiyana. Siqale lapho uqhuma kwesibhamu la kuthina.
No, the shooting didn't start instantly, but rather at that stage, the other group, or the group that was on the side, started pelting stones at us. And the shooting started after I had picked up Mr. Nzuza, after he had been thrown something that hurt him on his leg, and then he fell.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, can you then continue from there?
Qhubeka lapho ke mnumzane Magwaza.
Ya ngithi mina lento yazi wemphathi ihlelo mhlambe ninonke izosuke isidukise ithanda ukusifaka ehlathini kancane ngoba nina menifisa ukuthi le ndaba umuntu ayixoxe bese nisifaka umbuzo mhlambe ngasekugcineni ngalendlela enifisa ngayo ngabe kungcono manje yabona ngithi ngisanixoxela omunye oqhamukana afisa ukungibuza khona ocatshanga uyena fathi ngiphume kulokho ngiqale phansi ngibuyele esitheneni fathi ngicabange ngixoxe okunye yabo ngoba yimina engazi ukuthi mina ngangilapha na kwenzakalana ningilindi ngani mina nginixoxisa ukuthi kwenzakalani kusukapi kuyapi kwaze kwafika la mina lapha na ngaphuma ngo10 ngilokhu ngene ngo3.
It will be difficult, Chair. the manner that you are framing this, because you want me to relay what occurred, and mid that you asking me questions, and now I have to deviate from what I was talking about to answer the question of whatever that you had thought about. I am the one who was there to actually be able to relate better to you, and I was there from 10 up until 3. Maybe it would be better if you wait for me to tell the whole story and then maybe ask questions at a later stage.
Okay, we can try and do that, but we just want to take it step by step, you see. So if you explaining to us what happened, then just for clarity, we need to understand it better, and that's why the questions are asked, but let's try and do that as far as we can. You may continue, Advocate.
Mhlambe singakwazi ukuthi sikwenze lo mnumzane Magwaza, kodwa kuye kwenzeke mhlambe ukuthi bekhona okuthize okhuluma ngakho suthi sifuna ukulandela insakahle noma mhlambe esifuna suthi sikuqonde manje bekhona umbuzo ngenxa lokho, kodwa ke ungaqhubeka.
Cha, anginankinga ngobhuti wami ngokubuza umbuzo mina ngoba phela lana ukuthi kukhona mhlawumbe into ekuthiwa intshontshiwe kabani lana, kodwa kuthanda ukuyixova inkulumo ukuthi ngizothi ngisakhuluma kuqhamuka omunye usengimisa ngifaka omunye umbuzo, uqhamuka omunye usengifaka omunye umbuzo. Okusalayo laphana kwafa abantu abamnyama bebulawa amandiye bachaphaza bengenze lutho. Leyo nto into esikhuluma ngayo la. Indaba yonke lembuzo leyo lokho esilandeliswa ngayo nani into engidinga ngemumva leyo mina egcineni ngifuna ukunixoxela mina ukuthi ohambeni lethu thina sisuke eKinobia sivinjwa amandiye enza ama roll block angekho emthethweni ayasichaphaza asidubula ashisele imoto ngale kwesidinga dubula amantombazana dubula ingane. Mina ngabona ingane ezazi mhlawumbe ezino 8 years ezalimala lapha phambi kwethu.
It is kind of, it will somewhat confuse the story if there are questions that are coming from both sides while I'm telling the story of what occurred. Because we were abused by the Indians there as black people, and they shot at us, they killed us, and they burned our vehicles. There were ladies that I had seen that were actually shot at and killed, and that were lying on the side of the road.
I suggest we pick it up where you actually got out of the vehicle because of the child that banged the vehicle, and what happened then. You can continue from that point.
Mhlambe mnumzane Magwaza asiqhubeke la othi waphuma emotweni ngoba nakho ingane ishaye imoto ngembaso.
Yabona nje bhuti wami, yabona nje isuke ngicasula kakhulu lento ngoba wayikhona ukuthi size silokhu sibizelwa lana ngazi ngoba nakho ungakholakala ukuthi kwafa abantu abamnyama lapha bebulawa amandiya xashaso.
This is somewhat very annoying to me, because now we had to be called here as if people don't believe that there were people who actually killed there due to the hands of Indians on that day in question. And also even called and there are monies that are paid to actually support such Indians that were killing us.
Commissioner, may I just
yes, please.
Talk to my witness. Mr. Magwaza,
yes.
We are not here to try and intimidate you in any kind of manner. We just need to understand your version of events on the day in question, right? So in order for us to understand properly what you're saying, every now and then I'll put questions to you, right? Because you will relate a story in such a way that it's understood by you, but it may not be understood by me or the commissioner and the chair.
Mhlambe mnumzane Magaza akuvela ukuthi asizelanga mhlambe ukuzokuphazamisa nokuzokuxova umoya ngale mibuzo emanibuzwa ukuthi phela kuyenzeka ukuthi mhlambe singoba sifuna ukuqonda ukuthi kwenzakalani lapha ngoba sasingekho nanokuthi kuyenzeka mhlambe ukuthi mangasana uxoxa indaba phela mnumzane Magwaza uma uyizwa yena izwakala kodwa umunye umuntu oyilalele ingazwakali ngale ndlela ubufuna ukuthi izwakale ngayo ingakho mhlambe kube khona imibuzo emayini qhamuke ibuza lo.
Yeah, bhuti wami ngoba umuntu ongafuni ongangizwa ongafuni ukungilalela ube kuthiwa nesinikeze chance ukuthi ngilichaze uhamba ukuthi sisuke eKinobia ngesikhathi esithile sithe mesicross ama robot safica amandiya enza ama group ama roll block angekho emthethweni.
If maybe a person who cannot understand is because he's choosing not to listen to me well. Because if I would be given a chance to explain or try to relate the story that we were coming from Kinobia, and then when we got to Phoenix, there was a roadblock that was illegal, that was erected by the Indians.
Okay ke bhuti wami ake ngiqhubekela ekutheni bengichakhuluma umbhoti. Ake ngiqhubekelana ekuthenini ke ngize ngehle emotweni kwabayeni. Angehliswa ngokuthi amandiya ayisedubula. Amandiya ingane yendiya yagenca imoto. Lokuzane lesayidini la ka right lele ngihleli ngakulona ngihleli emva ka Mr Mkhize lo white drive.
Mshayele.
Lithe mesehla wathi nayi bayekini. Ushuthi khona uchuku abalisusayo.
Starting from the reason that I actually alighted from the vehicle, it was not because they were already shooting at that stage. It was because the child had banged the vehicle with an axe at the back, or relatively on the side that I was seated on, behind the driver's seat. And that is the reason I wanted to alight from the vehicle. But Mr. Mkhize said, no, leave them to be, because it would seem they are trying to provoke us.
Emva kwalokho semana ngehle phansi ngakhuluma nendiya elalilide liyintshebe lele lalikade lifuna ukusesha imoto ngilibuza ukuthi kungani lingakhuzi ingane legenca imoto ngembaso.
After then I had alighted from the vehicle, I then spoke to this Indian gentleman, the one, he was tall and he was somewhat oldish and he had a beard. And I was asking him, why was he not stopping the child when the child was banging the vehicle with an axe? It is the same Indian person who wanted to search the vehicle.
Yeah. Ithe ngizakhuluma nalo kanjalo. Ngathi ngiphamisa amehlami ngabona kubhuquza unzuza phansi amandiya semshaya amgenqa.
While I was speaking to this Indian gentleman, when I lift up my eyes, I could see Nzuza. He was already on the ground at that stage, and the Indians had assaulted him. He had fallen.
Yeah, of course, saqhuma lapho. Khathi ewe phansi.
At that stage, no firearm had been discharged.
Ngaliyeka leli ndiya ngikhuluma nalo ngagijima ngaya lapho kwase kuwe khona unzuza ngafika ngamfaka isande kwapheni ngamsukumisa ilapho kokuqala khona ukuqhuma kwebhamu.
I then stopped speaking to this Indian person that I was speaking to. I then went to attend to Nzuza, who was on the ground, and then lifted him up. That is when the firearm was started discharging.
Emva kwalokho athelekela mina mandiya angenqa kwafika uJiana uMagaza wafika wangilekelela wasabamba unzuzanga athelekela yena mgenqa samdedela kwaqhuma isibhamu wawa ngaphambi kwethu.
Ngesikhathi begenqa into akuphonsela ngayo noma mhlambe into abakugenqa bekubambe bese duzana nayo mhlambe umusho umuntu bayagenqa
ocelemba bengigenqa qobo lami kungigenqa bengigenqa nakho.
At that stage, after I had picked up Nzuza, then the Indians started to hack me. And Gianni came in to assist so that we could lift up Nzuza. And they also went for him. And we managed to lift him up. And after we had lifted him up, then a firearm then discharged and then hit Nzuza. He was right in front of us at that stage.
Bathe mabemdubula ke lokhuzana unzuza wawa bamthelekela ngocelemba ke lelinye ibandla ngigijima ngilandela imoto kumkhizi kwaqhuma isibhamu ngaphambili ngabona kumlamuli ngabona nanokuthi ushayeke eqolo ngoba waqala wangawa umlamuli.
And then after Nzuza had been hit, he then fell. And then they came onto him, hacking him. That would be the group of Indians hacking him. And then after that, I could see another firearm that had been discharged. And then it hit on Mlamuli. I saw him. It had been hit at the back, and then he fell.
Uthemewa ungulokuzana umlamuli sithethi namase sigijima phansi sino Gianni kwasukuma ingane zazo u4 ezincane zasukuma esikhotheni eziwu3 ayishaya same time le yodwa sashona naye emfuleni engayazi yagcina ishonaphi kodwa nje lezi eziwu3 zasala phansi same time.
And then we were able to try to flee at that stage, and there were 4 younger people or younger children that actually got up on the side of the road, and they hit them three of them, they were hit same time, and then one of them we were able to flee with him towards the river. And those the 3 were actually left there, they'd been instantly hit.
lapho omkhize bashone kulawa avimbile ngaphambili ngemoto ngoba ngajika mina ngilandela yona ngoba ayidubula kakhulu imoto ngaphambili ngabona nje ngeke ngisaya kuona ngashona emfuleni nale genge esashona nayo emfuleni.
At that stage, Mkhize and the ones who were in the vehicle were approaching the other group that it was blocking the road in front of them, and that's when I decided not to go to the vehicle, rather go towards the river.
Besifike emfuleni lapho sifike sahlukana khona negenge ngithena egengeni ayibafethu asihlaleni la ongcono siphuma noma ngabothu ebusuku ngoba kukhomba ukuthi ayikuyasibhedela ngendlela engibuka ngayo sanembona ehlukene ke lapha emfuleni.
Then when we were at the river, that's when we parted with the other gentleman, because I suggested that it's rather we stay here until maybe around 2 until 2 a.m. because it would seem it was not safe to do so. That's when we had different views on that.
Yeah, before you continue, you spoke of a bullet that hit Nzuza and Mlamuli, right?
Ntsele, yeah.
That would be Ntsele. Mlamuli Ntsele.
Yeah.
Okay. Who were the guys or the gentlemen that you were at the riverside with?
Kwakuobani ke laba okade sowunabo elokhuzane emfuleni ngoba uthe kwadutshulwa uNtsele kanye nolokhuzana noNzuza.
Ngangino Giana, ngino Manene, okunkosi Sibongo, ngino Zwit.
I was with I was with Giana at that stage, and Manene, his surname is Nkosi, and Zwide Ngumalo.
Yeah. Laba siyababuka njalo hayi ukuthi babayekile baqine ngokubadubula nje bayabagenca. Abagcinanga ngokubadubula babayeka. Bayabaqoba ngocelemba. Hayi ukuthi asibabone siyababuka ngoba baseduzana.
At that stage, we were still able to see the ones that had been shot at. They had not just shot at them only, and that was it. They were still continued to hack them with bush knives, and we were able to see that.
From where you were at the riverside?
Nilapha emfuleni.
Useduze, awukho useduze nomgwaqo awukho kude nomgwaqo.
Yes, it is close to the road.
Okay, continue.
Qhubeka ba.
Yes, semesi lapha emfuleni ke sabe sesihlukana ngombono kwacaca ukuthi bathi abanyaye bayaqhubeka. Umanene nje wathi hayi mzole into okhuluma ngayo indaba endala leyo. Kwaqhubeka yena noZwete. Wafika uZwide wathi hayi yena uyasala phansi kwebridge. Umanene wagibela ngaphe kwebridge ngawabona emnamatha lapha emdubula ngeibhamu emsasazela ngezinja siwabuka ngoba ayiseduze. Wazoba uGiana naye waphuma ethulandela yena umanene ngoba wayengabonanga ukuthi kanti umanene ayamhlasela naye futhi amenza njalo azamkhuleka engadini yawo siwabuka amkhuleka ngeincingo ngwabuka nje ngihlele emfuleni.
We had different views on whether to leave. Myself, I decided to rather remain at the riverside, and Manene decided that maybe he should go, and he left. As he was going, he went on top of the bridge, and then the Indians said they shot at him, and then they set dogs on him. And Zwide decided to remain. Giana also decided to join Manene by leaving. When he had left, he was also shot at, and we could see them. They had actually tied him up in their garden with wires. We could see that.
Yeah, kunjalo mfethu. Sihlaleleke lapha nathina until kwafika abanye abafana ngoba mina umuntu engasala naye ngasala nomnye umfana omncane. Sababa uthula phana sahlala kwafika abanye abafana babe u4 kwacaca ukuthi siba u6 kwaphinde kwafika oyedwa labafana bayi4 abafika labalimele ngalendlela kwafika omunye naye olimele engathi mengimbuza wathi ungase verelem.
And I remained there. At that stage, it was just the two of us that actually remained there until there were 4 gentlemen who came and another 2, and they were very injured. And one of them said he was coming from Verulam.
Yeah, but when ngakho ke ngithi mina kahle lento le yase Phoenix ngizocela nje ukuthi ngiphume eceleni kancane angithandi ukuyikhuluma kakhulu ngoba ngibona ngazi ukuthi ekuhlulekeni kwethu ukwazi ukuyibuyiselela emandiyeni ePhoenix bese sihamba sikhuluma kanje kufana nokuthi kusimoshela isikhathi kufana nokuthi kukudlala ngemphefumulo yethu ngoba kuningi esakubona ngalela langa umuntu wayengekho ePhoenix angakubonanga laba bafana abayi4 engithi bayafika mshuthi baba yi5 abafana 5 ngalo wafika egcineni laba bayi4 sabashiya lapha bethule ngangade ngilokhu ngibakhuza bekhala kwacaca ukuthi ngesikhathi sesiphuma ngaso sebethule le4 saphuma nalo yedwa wathi ungasevereleme yena wathi hayi mina malume ngisaphila abanye sabashiya.
As I said, this is quite difficult. I don't really like to talk about it because for us that we did not retaliate or maybe pay some sort of revenge to the Indians on that day in question, and we are left to be just sitting and talking about it as we are here in this forum. I don't think it's taking us anywhere because from what we had seen on that day, because the 5 men that I was referring to that arrived at the river while we were there, only one of them that we were able to actually live with. The others were left dead there.
Were left there?
They were dead there.
Is that what it means by babethule? I need to find out from you.
Oh ngisho lokho ukuthi sebeshonile sisa.
I mean they were dead.
Ngaza makhulu kubavusa ngoba babe kade bekhala befuna ukuyinikela ukuthi haya siphumeni sekona hayi ngabona ukuthi ngesikwazi ukuthi singayakona.
I had tried to actually
ndibona anti balimele.
I tried
kanti bazogcina sebelimale ngokuthi bagcine beshonini.
I tried
uma sengithi ngiyaphuma siyabavusa bafana balimele. Wayedwa umfana wathi hayi mina ngisaphila. Saphuma naye lo mfana engamazi ukuthi naye wagcina enze njani. Ngizokutshela futhi ukuhlukana kwami naye ukuthi sihlukane phi nalo mfana.
I had tried to actually wake them up because they had been badly injured and they had been crying, asking us to actually leave. But I saw it was still not safe to do so. And only after when it was actually safe to do so, it was only one who remained who was able to say that he was still alive. And I can even tell you where we actually parted with the one that was still alive.
Continue.
Yeah, sabe sesiphuma ke nalamagenge ke siba u3 ngathi mina no madoda ngoba asinayo indlela esingenza ngayo ngoba ayinelanga laliphuza ukushona kakhulu lalikade lokhu limele lingafuni ukushona ikhathi ihamba kancane.
And the 3 of us were able to get out and as on that day it seemed that the day went on forever.
Ngababuza ngathi mina madoda niyasaba ukuthi sibuyele kuona wathi lo nolimela mina maluma ngisabi kwakuthi lo hamba nami uthula kaPaul ngathi mina no lo hamba nami uma engasaba ukusala la emfuleni akasale wena othi awusabi ukuthi sibuyele kuona asingamane sibuyele ngoba vele mina igenge ngihamba nayo bayiqedile into engihlalele la emfuleni ngibona ngathi iwest.
I then asked the ones that had remained, it was the 3 of us now that had remained, that are you not afraid to go back to them? And one that was not the one that I was in company of initially said no, he was not afraid, but the other one said he did not say anything. And then I just said to them, since there's no other objection to us actually going back to them, we might as well go back because the ones that I had been in company of initially had been all finished by the Indians.
Can I just find this out from you? Wasn't there any other route that you could use to get to your destination? Why did you want to go back?
Mhlambe yayingekho enye indlela naningayisebenzisa na ukuthi niyofika ekade naniyimisele ngokuya khona vele yayikuphi isidingo sokuthi mhlambe nibuyele kubona?
Yayingekho indlela enye yokuphuma ePhoenix. iPhoenix yayiblockwe yonke. ePhoenix mosuka la uyala ematafuleni i-roadblock enye usuka la hayi roadblock ukuthi bancane baningi and bahlomile.
There was no other route to exit Phoenix at that stage because they had located all of the routes that are available there. It would be from here to that table that there would be a blockage on the road. It was not just a few members that would have been standing there. Quite a lot of them that would be there.
Okay, you decided that you will go back then?
Wabona uthi awuphinde.
ngabona ukuthi asihambeni sibuyele kuwona.
Yes, I decided that we should rather go back to them.
Sabuyela kuwona saphuma emfuleni sathi mesiphuma nje emfuleni saphumela kuwona vele sasivele siwabona saphuma nje emfuleni evele eseduze njengoba mhlawumbe ayijengamatafula ngakho ongakwazi nokukhuluma nefoni yakho ngoba azokuso inkinga ayingekho good ukuqalaza la emfuleni.
We then got out and actually got to them because they were quite close. Because ubuthi ngasuka la kuyela ematafuleni la noma la ngaphandle. Oh, it would be a distance from here to the tables outside of this room. Even if you're speaking on the phone, they will be able to hear you. It's just that they did not really want to look for us when we were on the river.
Yes, continue.
Saphindela kuona sawafica eyisixukwanyana nje mhlawumbe aye-8 sadlula nje kuona asibuka sawabuka saya kulawa amanye ayemaningi kakhulu ayebasa imlilo ebasa amathayi ilapho sasingeke sakwazi ukudlula khona.
We passed the first group. There would have been, it was a few of them. There would have been around 8 of them. And we looked at them. They looked at us. We passed through. And then we were now approaching the second group, which was quite a number of them. And they were burning some tires and trying to keep warm.
Sitheme sifika ke lapha na kuona ngabingelela lavuma elilodwa lelela lelikhulu ngomzimba la ngibuza ngokusheshsha futhi ngifunani lapha ngiqhamukapi la ngalichazela lathi pho la sifunani ngalichazela ukuthi besiqhamukapi siyapi.
And we approached the one that had quite a number of them, and I thought maybe we won't be able to pass there. And then when we got to them, the one who was a bit fully figured asked me where I'm coming from. I told him, and what I was doing there, he asked, and then I told him again.
Emva kwalokho la ngibuza ukuthi lo mfana omncane lo ngimthathaphi lo sikhotheni lo lasho ukuthi ngithathaphi lenkawu lo kade bayalutha lapha. La ngilwisa ngomfana omncane lo wayelimele lo ngithi wayeqhamuke evere leyo la ngaqondisa kumina lalwa ngalo mfana omncane lo wayeselimele.
Then he asked me where I had gotten this younger gentleman that I was in company of. He even referred to him as Skoteni, and then also saying that he was a monkey. And then he started to fight with me about this young gentleman that was coming from Verulam.
Before you continue, did you find out from this boy how old is he?
Mhlambe wazama ukuthola kuyena umfanyana lo kusho umnyaka mingaki?
Hey. Sasingekho isikhathi sokubuzana ngeminyaka lapha.
There was no time to be asked.
Laphana kade kwakade ngadlalwa laphana kwangakhanda umngani laphana.
It was not just a child's play when we were there.
Yeah, but from your look, how old did he look?
Mhlambe ngokubuka kwakho wena mnumzane Magaza ungamqakhela uthi mngakanani?
Umncane umfana no 15 years ingane leyana.
It was a child. It would have been around 15 years.
Okay, thank you.
And ngaba newari lo mfana uthi noma wafika ekhaya kubo ngoba wayilimele. And amjaha.
I got worried actually whether he actually reached his home because he was quite injured, and then they chased after him.
Ngitheme ngisakhuluma nawo kanjalo ayikhomba nje ukuthi atheka khona lapho ngamtshela futhi ngathi hayi baleka ngoba yakhombisa ukuthi ayangiphunyuka nami.
While we were still talking at that stage and they were asking me about this younger gentleman, then they seemed to be starting to attack him while I was still there. And I suggested to him that he must rather flee because I think they would overpower me also.
Wabaleka wehla ngomgwaqo ukuthi before abaleka ungitshele wathi hayi malume sengiyayibona indlela ezothi ngikhiphele ezwelisha.
And he then ran down the road, and before he could actually run, he told me that he was able to see the way that would lead him to Zwelisha.
Ngatshela lo mfana nganginaye ngathi asambeni ngoba maybe ulokhuza lo mfana asezofuna ukuhlasela thina.
I then told the one that I was working with that let's rather go because after they had finished with the one who was fleeing, they would come for us.
Nangampela sahamba abuya saphambana nawe endleleni ngoba kwakuphoqa ukuthi imgwaqo wawuphoqa ukuthi siphambane nawe endleleni saphambana nawe endleleni angasenza lutho ngamtshela kodwa ukuthi azobuya ngiyawazi amande kanti ngampela ayothatha imoto ayosijaha ngaso ngamtshela futhi meyiqamba idume imoto ngathi yibubaleka wena ngoba ulimele.
And we then passed each other. We met on the road as they were coming back because there was only one road that we could use. And they did not do anything to us at that stage. I told the one that I was walking with that they are going to come back. And indeed, they went on to start their vehicles and then they chased after us. And then when they started the vehicles, I told the one that I was walking with that you might want to start running because you are not that injured.
Nangampela abuyile lapho eza ngemoto igijima mhlambe zu6 afika zama ukusikaka ngazo wadlubulundela lo mfana wabaleka ngasala mina angihlasela lapho adubula kwaba ukuthi kayishwebela nje meyidubulela angenca ebaphunyuka ocela embabewa azangiyeka nje emgwaqweni ngayihambela emgwaqweni ngakhipha ifoni ngayikhulumela nefoni yami ngabuyela emfuleni ngayobheka lo mfana ngamthola emfuleni le genge le yayishona emini isekhona la ngisayibona ngoba sasibuyele kuyona mina.
And then they came with the vehicles. I think about 6 of the vehicles they were chasing after us, and the other gentleman that I was in company with then managed to flee, and they came for me and they were shooting at me at that stage, but they were missing, and they also tried to hack me with the bush knives, but also those bush knives were falling, and then they decided to let me go. I continued to on the road, and then I just picked out my cell phone and I continued to speak on the cell phone, and then I went back to the river to try and look for the younger gentleman that who had fled. And at that stage, the ones who had died earlier, they were still there because we went to the same spot.
Athe suka lapho alanda amathaya awalayithi awajikjela lapha emfuleni la sasikhona.
Then from there, they picked up tires and then they loaded them and then they threw those tires on the same river that we were in, the same spot that we're in.
Emva kwalokho azama ukubashisa lamagenge lawa ekade wabulala emini.
Then they tried to burn the ones that they had killed earlier.
Ukwasha isikhotha laphana sibuka nje. Kwafika imoto yaka reaction yehlisa inja khonkothe inja yabuyela emotweni.
Then they burned the grass there, we could see that, and they brought a reaction vehicle. There was a dog that came out that barked, and then the dog went back into the vehicle.
Ngoba lo akanzuza nje ukushona kwakhe ushona ebusuku mfethu ushona mhlawumbe ngabo 8 wayelokho eqhiha waza mhlawumbe waphuma nje umphefumulo wakhe ngabo 8 ebusuku sikhona sihleli naye nje simbuka until ke nami ngaze ngathola usizo lutho ngikwazi ukuphuma lapha.
Mr. Nzuza, I think he would have died around 8 because he kept on somewhat gasping until it was around 8 p.m. that I was present when he actually passed on.
Okay. Before you continue, so this incident that you're referring to took place now on the 13th of July, am I correct?
Kwenzeka lesehlo mnumzana Magaza kumhla ka 13 kuJuly.
Kwakumhla ka 12.
On the 12th.
All right. And then the reaction vehicle, can you still remember its details? Oh, sorry. The details of the reaction vehicle.
Le moto uthi reaction sakhumbula uthi mhlambe ko reaction yakuphi uthi ayibhalweni mhlambe mangasano sakhumbula.
I-reaction kanti khona enye yakuphi i-reaction ngoba khona i-reaction esebenzela i-Veralem esebenzela ko Phoenix esebenza lezi ndawo i-reaction inkampani endiyelodwa.
There's just only one reaction that I know of. It's just it works around Phoenix and Veralem. And also Tongat. It is a company that belongs to just one person, an Indian person.
Yes, the name of the company.
Reaction.
It's a
reaction.
Reaction.
Okay. That
igama la i-reaction okanye i-reaction.
reaction
It's a security company.
security company
Okay.
eyafika yakhipha inja yakhonkotha inja lapha.
They came with with a dog, and the dog barked.
Right. Yes, continue.
Qhubeka ke mnumzane.
Emva kwalokho ke sibe sesihamba ke nami ke sengiphuma ke lapha ke elukhuzaneni ngoba khona enye insizwa yalo futhi India mina ngangiyifonelele ukuthi ayize izongikhipha lapha. Nakho ke isheshile kwakuthi isidukelana ngokwemigwaqo. Mina umgwaqo engichazayo ngichaza omunye umgwaqo yena ukomunye umgwaqo lapha na ipan view. Mina kanti ngithe sise Brudel ngenxa ukuthi ngangalazi igama lalo yamgwaqo until ke ngangazi ukuthi ngeke azazi angishiye wangifona wazi wangithola.
Angizwa ngathi uthe umlisa wendiya mhlawumbe lo wamfonela.
Yeah, umlisa wendi.
We sat there until I had called an Indian gentleman to actually come and assist, but he did not take. It took some time to actually come because he was getting lost. I had mistook the road. The road that we were in, it was Palm Road, and I thought it was Brudale, but he actually eventually arrived.
Is this a good time? I think we've set 1:25 that we will rise now for lunch and then come back. I think at, let's say, 2:15. Is that
That
in
is
order?
fine.
Thank you very much.
lunch.
So we will rise now for lunch and then come back at 2:15. Thank you very much.
Sibuya ngo2:15.
Yeah, ngiyasazi isibongo sakhe.
Yes.
Yes, can you give us a surname?
Ungawazi usinika isibongo sakhe?
Yeah. Gavenda.
Gavenda.
Yeah.
Governor
Gavenda.
or Governor?
Yeah.
Yes, he came for your assistance and then, or to your assistance?
Wafika kezokulekelela.
Yeah, wafika ezongisiza lapha engangikhona kwakuthi ke sesiphambana ngokwemgwaqo. Mina ngithe Bruden kanti lapha na ise Panview. Yena wafika efikela eBruden kepha wangifonela wathi I know ngikuphi kanti lana yena yangicinga kangiboni ngamdirect kwakuthi akayiboni indawo engiyishowa kwaba isikhathi eside kakhulu kwelapho.
Yes, he arrived, but I had mistook the roads because I said we were at Broomdale, and he went there, and it turns out that we were at Palmview, and so we had some sort of a confusion there trying to locate me because he said he could not find me. I had to direct him from where he was so that he would actually be able to reach me.
It was around what time when he actually arrived? Where you were?
Mhlawumbe ngoba nikhathi ezizigcine efika ke.
Wafika ngabo 10. Ngathi uma ngibheke isikhathi ngabona ukuthi kwaku 10.
When he arrived, it would have been around 10 p.m.
Yes, continue.
Wafika.
Wafika ke lapho ke wasithatha ngoba sase siba yi2. Nomfana omncane omunye wayesebalekile vele sehambile ngisele nalo nomunye. Wasithatha sahamba naye ku Park 3.
When he arrived, he took us, it was just the two of us who were left now because the younger gentleman had been able to flee, and so he took the two that was remaining, that would be myself and the other person.
Now, how were your injuries at the time? How badly injured were you?
Ngaleso sikhathi mhlawumbe ulimele kangakanani wena mnumzana?
Hayi ngangilimele kodwa kwangekubi mina kakhulu. Into engangizwa ngathi ngiqinile kwakuyisemlenzeni nala ithangeni ngemumva ngoba lokho kwakusengalweni kwakopha kodwa nganginankinga nakho.
I was injured, although it was not as bad. The pain that I could feel was mostly on the leg, the lower leg, and also at the back of the thigh. Although there was bleeding that was on the arm, but I didn't really feel much from it.
So from where Mr. Governor took you, then what happened?
Esenthathile uGavenda kwabe sekwenzakalana emva kwalokho.
Sahamba naye sakhuphuka ngomgwaqo sayoqhamukela eBrodela kangade ngisho ngakhona. Sambe sidlule egroup eMandiya eblockile umgwaqo.
We left with him and we went up the road, and we went on to Broomdale that I was talking about. And when we got there, we found that there was a group of Indians that had blocked the road.
Mesifika lapho sathola ukuthi abasile abasumlilo kwaqhamuka elinye ligijima lathi sekudubuleka amantombazana ayi3 ngala ngezansi ngasemafletini.
And when we got there, they had the fire going, and one actually came running and saying that there had been 3 girls that had been shot at just nearby.
Sajika sahamba saya khona lapho no Park bawavula umgwaqo bavulisa uPark saphuthuma khona lapho la kwasekudubule khona lawo mantombazana sawafica awu2 elele phansi eyodwa imile. And
and then they opened for the road for Park to pass, so that we went to where these girls had been. And when we got there, the 2 were lying on the ground and one was standing but bleeding on the from the breast.
Continue.
Mesifika lapho ke wafika wabuza ukuthi yini kwenzakalani banokuhlukahlukana kwembono bathi abanye haya ama security company edubulela amantombazane imbono yabo kwawe ukuhlukana ngoba kukhona ababala elimnyama labantu nabebala elimnyama lamandiya ngoba nawo kahle lamandiya amnyama.
And when we got there, when we inquired what had happened, and there were different views of what had occurred. Some were saying it was the security officers who had shot at these girls, and some were saying something else. And because there were black people that were there, and there were Indian people that were there. And in essence, Indian people are virtually black in any event.
Continue.
Yeah, njengoba ayi-2 ayilele phansi ngoba lena eyodwa ngithi yayimile nje ibrida iyona engakhuluma mina nayo umlomo nomlomo yathi yona yasidutshulwa ngama-security company sidutshulwe umfana wendi ompofu yakhomba ukuthi sidutshulwe umfana kulowo yamuthi ompofu.
And since the 2 girls were lying on the ground and there was one that was still standing, which was bleeding on the breast area, I spoke to the one whom was standing, and I asked security officers who had actually shot at them. But rather, it was an Indian, a younger gentleman who was an Indian descent, and he was fair in complexion. He even pointed she even pointed the house where this Indian gentleman was coming from.
Yeah, bamusho negama bathi uPhilip. Angizange ngalikhohle igama lakhe. Bathi uPhilip.
They even mentioned the name this name of this person was Philip.
Bathi uPhilip lo mfana wendi.
I had never forgotten his name until now.
Yes, after she explained that to you, then what happened?
Wakuchaza lokho sisi kwabe sekwenzakalani ke?
Emva kwalokho wabe sezama lo mbhemu lo waseNdiya lengangihamba naye athi uzama ukuthola i-ambulance kwacaca ukuthi hayi wakungarespondi lutho okusondelana nama-ambulance wazama nomphakathi ukuthi uzama ukuthola yona i-ambulance kwaza kwaba ukuthi-ke ikhona ayikhomba ukuthi izokwazi ukuthi ibasize.
Ambulance, Mr. Governor tried to get the assistance of an ambulance and phoning for the ambulance, but to no avail. And even the locals also tried such, and until such time that there was one that was actually able to assist.
So when Mr. Governor picked you up from the river or where you were, where exactly did you want him to take you?
Ngesikhathi ezokulanda umnumzana Gavenda lapho kade ukhona wawuthi akakusekuphi?
Ngangithe ngasekhaya.
I said he must take me home.
Did he finally take you home?
Wagcinekisile ekhaya?
Wangisa ngathi akangibeke endleleni ngoba naye ngangisabela impilo yakhe ngoba abantu endaweni le ngangingakuyona ngase ngibonile ukuthi nangakhona kuyaphithisa.
I told him to rather leave me on the way because I was also afraid of his safety, because I thought that around my neighborhood now, people had already also started to form some sort of chaos.
And the gentleman that you were with, what happened to him eventually?
Lo munye ohamba naye owesibili kwagcina kwenzakalani ngaye?
Wayenganalutho engalimalanga ke yena.
No, he didn't have anything really. He was not injured.
So Governor dropped the 2 of you on the road?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which road exactly?
Crossroads.
Crossroads.
And how far is the crossroad from where the incident was taking place?
Mhlambi kude kangana ne crossroad nala enakade kwenzeke khona isehlo.
Hey, ikude kakhulu sis. Ikude kakhulu.
It is quite far.
Hayi ikude. Ikude ngazi ngathi ngizolinganisa ngani mhlambe noma ngamabanga angakanani kodwa nje kuqhelelene kakhulu nje into eqhelelene.
In other words, he made sure that you are out. He put you away from where this incident was taking place, or the vicinity of where this incident, the unrest was taking place.
Shuthi uthi mnumzana Magaza wakhipha la ekade wakunesimo lesixaxa sasikade sikhona lesi sodlame. Ngesikhathi wekuthatha uGavenda wakhipha lapho noma esengasakushiya ngekhaya kodwa wayesekhiphile kule ndawo eyacaca ukuthi iyona ekade iyinkinga kakhulu.
Wangikhipha khona kodwa before siphume sake sahamba naye sazungeza ngaphakathi ePhoenix kwaningi ngakubonayo nje kwakwenziwa amandiya kubantu bakithi abamnyama.
Yes, he had removed, or in fact, took me out of that area that seemed to be the hotspot for the unrest. But before we could actually exit the Phoenix area, we had driven around, and I'd seen a lot of things that Indians did to black people.
Okay, can you take us through what you saw?
Yini lo ayibona?
Yokuqala njengayo nje lengisho ukuthi ngabona amantombazane esedubulekile ebala lakithi lemnyama edutshulwa umfana weNdiyathu Philip. Okokuqala yilokho.
The first one would be
Okwesibili ngawafica.
The first one would be the one that I had mentioned, that there were girls that had been shot at by Philip, a young gentleman, an Indian younger gentleman.
Okwesibili ngafica imoto esasikade sihamba ngayo iNissan Hardboard ngalifica elingungile lilele neBM erobotini zishunqa zombili zishile. Okunye lokho engakubona.
And also, secondly, the vehicle that we were traveling on, the Nissan Hardbody, and another BMW, they were by the robot, they were burning.
Saqhubeka sahamba ngawafica ebloke umgwaqo ngezinto ongazuthi kungamasaka kodwa ekwenze sa gauge lapho ayihlahlela khona imoto eMarune eSuzuki.
And we continued driving, and we saw there was a portion that they had blocked on the road, which with something that seemed to be some sort of sex, and they'd made it to seem like a gate. And at that point, they were actually chopping off a maroon Suzuki vehicle.
They were chopping it off.
Uthi babeyihlahle?
Yeah, babeyigenca nje beyigenca ngocelemba imoto eMarune eSuzuki. Waze wafika umnikazi wayehamba ngemoto eyicompressor ekhakhe ehamba nomakoti wakhe nengane nomfana okuchaya iphuce yena manje omncane.
Yes, they were chopping the vehicle using bush knives and axes, and until the owner actually came driving another vehicle. It was a Mercedes compressor. It was khaki in color, and he was traveling with his wife and a child. I was told that the vehicle was
Yeah, wathi bayiphuca umfana wakhe amande.
The vehicle was taken from the child of the owner of the Suzuki.
Yes, continue.
Yeah, izokweza ezinye izinto engayibona lezo. Okunye ngafike ngakubona amandi ayisebenzisa ubugebengu. Abantu ayifika ababulale, abalayishe emotweni ayobatshinga.
And also what I saw, that the Indians were committing quite a lot of criminality, because they would kill people and then they would load them and then go throw them away.
Now, at the time you were seeing all of this, how did that make you feel?
Ngesikhathi ubona konke lokhu mnumzane Magaza, kwakuzikwenza uzizwe kanjani?
Ngangibhlungu kakhulu ngoba ngase ngazi ukuthi umkhizi usesibhedlela, singazi ukuthi umshana usesibhedlela, singazi ukuthi uJiana usesibhedlela, kodwa lezi ezinye insizwe sesihamba nazo ezimbili ngingazazi ukuthi zona zenze njani.
I was very much hurt.
Ngoba laba abanye ngangazi ukuthi bashonile, kodwa nje laba abanye ngangazi ukuthi benze kanjani.
I was hurt by it because at that stage I already was aware that Mr. Mkiza was already in hospital, Mshana was in hospital, and Gianna and Gianna was also in hospital. And at that point I was aware that Sam had, I could not find him. In fact, I didn't know where they were at that point in time.
So, around what time did you get home?
Mhlambe ngafika ngabo 2 kanje kwase kuthi ekseni ngoba saphuza ukuhlukana noPhaqi.
I think I arrived at home, it would have been around 2 a.m. because it took some time for us to part ways with Pakri.
All right. You mentioned earlier on that you were hurt on your right, if I'm not mistaken. Did you get any medical attention for that injury?
Uthe walimala la engalweni le yasesandeni sokunxele abesandeni sokudla mhlambe walokhuzana wathola usizo lusheshayo udokotela noma izibhedlela mhlambe ngenxalo.
Angizange ngaya kadokotela ngoba ngabona ngeke kusangisiza ngalutho ngoba ekseni ngathi mengivuka ngangaze vele ngingakaze ngilale lokho ngixhumana nodokotela babe siza lensizwa lapha eunit 10 ekseni ngazama ukuthi ngibuyele khona ePhoenix ngoba ngangifuna lenenye igenge leyo yayingakatholakali.
I did not get any medical attention because in the morning after I had been home, although I didn't really sleep much, I was busy trying to connect with the doctors at Unit 10 clinic to find out the state of Ms. Mkize and others that were at the clinic, and also trying to search for the others that I did not know where they were.
Okay. How did you learn that Mkize was at Unit 10 clinic?
Ukwaze kanjani ukuthi uMkhize use Unit 10?
Ngifonelwe uJiana wangitshela wathi uMkhize use Unit 10 usese clinic eUnit 10 yena usese Mateshcom. Okay,
I was phoned by Mr. Gianna, who informed me that Mr. Mkize was at Unit 10 clinic, and he himself, Mr. Gianna, was at Mount Edgecombe at that stage.
So when you went back to Phoenix, what did you find? Because you went back to look for the other guys that you had left there.
Uthi ngoba waphinde Phoenix ngoba uzama ukuthola labakade bekudukele wafika wabonani khona noma watholani khona?
Kwakunzima ungena ePhoenix kwangelulanga ngaqala ecrossing nje ngathi ngicela amaphoyisa ukuthi ngicela ngiphelezele siye lapha eMagandi ngolwesibili lanqaba eNdiya lona laliphethe leyo platform
eMagandi kusesibhedlela
kusesibhedlela eMagandi ngoba ngangifuna uqale ngiyobachecka esibhedlela bese ngiyochecka nasemoshwari lanqaba iNdiya kuyilona laliphethe leya platform lathi no ligade favors limlane nyala ligade favors kukhona imoto za metro kukhona imoto za SABC lancenga laze lancengwa namaphoyisa kametro ukuthi no msiza hamba ayobheka labantu afuna ukuyobabheka lanqaba lelo Ndiya.
I requested the police at Crossroads to actually accompany me to Mahatma Gandhi Hospital to try and look for these people that I was looking for. And the police actually asked from the Indian person who seemed to be in charge and who was somewhat guarding the place. And he refused, even after the Metro Police actually pleaded with him, but still he refused to let us through. It was quite difficult to get to Phoenix at that stage.
Yeah, but weren't you afraid that you will get attacked again?
Mhlambe ongasabi ukuthi ungasuthi uphinde uhlaselwe futhi uma uphinda khona?
Ngangasasabi lutho nje.
I was not afraid.
Ngoba ngagcina nalapho ngayihambela mina nomunye umngane wami oyisosha ngathatha yena sahamba sobabili.
Because I even decided to go there myself with a friend of mine who is in the army. We both went there.
So you didn't get the at the police station. You didn't get the assistance you were looking for. What did you do thereafter?
Ngoba ke ungazange ulithola usizo emaphoyiseni wabe sewenza nemva kwalo.
Ngabe sengihamba siya lapha na eMagandi ngihamba nalentizwe kaMntambo sayisafika sawadlula amandiya khona eblock emgwaqo sadlula nje sahamba sayisafika khona eMagandi safika sachaza lapha ngama security sizobheka kanje hayi asivumela ama security sangena.
I went with this gentleman I was speaking about, Mr. Mtambo, who's in the army, and we went to Mahatma Gandhi. We passed through the blockade of Indians and they let us through, actually went through, and we then got to Mahatma Gandhi and we spoke to the security officers there to tell them what was going on, and they let us get into the hospital.
Engafika ngakubukisisa ke lapha eMagandi okuhlungumezeka kwabantu bakithi ababelimele babeginqika phansi beyisonge ngamashidi bemanzi teyigazi uma ungena uthi ufuna umuntu laphana kuthiwa mmemeze ngegama
What
Ungamtholi mengasabeli umbule laba abayimbozile la ngamashiti kukhona abalele ngisho ngaphandle egcekeni ngaphandle lapha phambi komnyango.
When I got there, I found a lot of abuse that was on black people who were injured at that hospital. Some were just rolling on the floor and injured, and they were bleeding, and some had wrapped themselves with the sheets. And if you're looking for someone, you were told that you need to shout for their name. And if someone can't respond, you'll have to look through the ones that are on the floor and maybe unwrap the sheets that they're wrapped in to find them. And there were others who were actually lying on the ground outside, on the front of the hospital, that is on the front gate or front door of the hospital.
Front door.
Okay, continue.
Ngabacinga lapho ngathola umshana ngoba ngamthola yena ehleni. Ngambuza ukuthi abanye bengakaze babone nowathi usabona umfana kaNcele osefikile kodudubulekile.
I looked for them there. I found Mshana, and because he was there, and also I asked him if he hadn't seen the others. He told me that he had seen Mr. Ncele. He had been brought in, but he had been shot at.
And who else did you find at the hospital?
Ubani omunye wamthola?
Angitholanga umuntu omunye.
I did not find anyone else.
And then from there on, what did you do?
Emva kwalokho wabe sewenzani ke?
Emva kwalokho ngathi ngibuyele ngabe thatha decision ukuthi sengibuyele emuva. Ngibese ngifonelwa omunye sasikade sinaye wathi usasalele khona lapha esasikhona.
I then decided to go back, and I then received a phone call from one of the ones that we actually together. We should
wathi ngaphansi kwe-bridge.
The ones that one of the people that we were with at the river, and he told me that he was still there under the bridge.
So what had the unrest settled at the time you went back to look for the other gentlemen?
Mhlambe ngaleso sikhathi soyofuna labantu wena udlamelo waselehlile mhlambe.
Lwalukhona babesaqoba imoto beyishisa benza yonke into beblock umgwaqo kodwa ngenxa ukuthi kwakungiphoqa ukuthi ngihambe ngiyobafuna.
No, it was still there. At that stage, they were still chopping vehicles and blocking roads and also burning vehicles. But I had to go and look for them.
But at this time around, they were not attacking you, or they were not attacking people.
Ngaleso sikhathi babengahlaseli wena noma babengahlaseli bantu.
Babehlasela ngoba nakuthina babesondela emotweni yethu bezama ukuyivimba bezama ukuvimba ngaphambili kucaca ukuthi sehlisa amawindi and ngiyaveza isibhamu ngiskipha ngewindi khombe ukuthi ngizobadubula behlehla mthuthi bayisaba nabintomezo zangakubona.
They wanted to attack us also because they would approach the vehicle and try to block it from the front, but would actually load on the windows and then show a firearm and actually pointing it out to them that I will shoot them, and then they would retreat from that because it would seem they are scared when it comes to them.
So did you eventually get to this gentleman who told you that he's still where you had left him?
Wagcina umficile lo noma ufinyelele kuyena lo ekade usengaphansi kwe-bridge.
Ngafika kuyena ngabuya naye.
Yes, I got to him and actually came back with him.
Okay. And then did you report this matter to the police?
Wakubika konke lokho emaphoyiseni?
Sakubika emaphoyiseni ngaqala nje kwakaMasho. Ngangalithola usizo emaphoyiseni akaMasho. Ikhona intombazane eyayifisa ukusiza kodwa ukapteni womuntu omnyama wanqaba ukuthi basisize.
I went to report the matter firstly at KwaMashu, and I could not get any assistance. There was a lady who was actually prepared to assist us, but the captain, who was a black person, refused.
What's the name of the lady who was willing to assist you? Do you remember?
Usalikhumbula igama likasisi lo eyimisele ngokunisisi?
Angisalikhumbuli kodwa khona ngambona wathi uhlala eAvoca intombazana nje empofu angeke izingidide ngoba yakhombisa ukuyimisela kakhulu ngokwazi ukusiza yamncenga kakhulu lo kapteni ithi idakhethi bazoliforward ePhoenix anqabe ethi amadokhethi bazowaforward ePhoenix.
I'm unable to recall the name of that lady, but I would be able to identify her if I were to see her. She's a fair lady, and I think she resides at Avoca. She pleaded with the captain, saying that she would be able to forward the dockets to Phoenix, but the captain refused.
Did you get the name of the captain?
Igama lika captain lona wagcina ulitholile?
Ngisamkhumbula ngalezi sikhathi nje ngoba nakangisaphambi kwakhe kodwa phela ngingambona ngoba ngeke ngimbone namanje.
Well, at the time I could still recall the name, but I would be able to identify him now because I usually even see him.
Did the captain explain to you the reasons why the police office, the office at KwaMashu could not assist you?
Mhlambe uCaptain lo wachazela izizathu ezenza ukuthi anqabe ukuthi ungalekeleleki lapha kwaMashu.
Wayenqatshithe ukuthi amakhesi kwangeyona wakhona lapha kwaMashu.
He was refusing because the cases were not of KwaMashu. That's why he was refusing.
So were you eventually able to open a case?
Wagcina ukwazi ukuvula icala?
Ngagcina ngilivule ePhoenix.
I ended up opening the case at Phoenix.
Yes, continue.
Ukuthi angisazi manje ukuthi bengicine kuphi bengicine ekhathi nakho ngibuza ukuthi ngabuya nalo ngabuya naye ngade ngimlandile uNxumalo kwakunxumalo isibongo umhlengeni wakwaNxumalo elimele naye kakhulu naye engikunakusisileke nje kulento yase Phoenix amandiya onke ase Phoenix abulela abantu abamnyama ebabulala ngehluko esivimbe emgwaqweni eshisele imoto.
I indeed found the gentleman that I was looking for was still on the bridge. It was Mr. Ngumalo, and I came back with him. What I observed was that Indians have killed black people and they had abused black people, burnt their vehicles, and for no reason at all because we didn't do anything.
Okunye nje bhuti engisafuna nguveze nje okusobala ngabantu abakuthiwa abakhethiwe ukuthi baphenye lamacala. Sixhumane kaningi kakhulu nabo. Befonelwa futhi mina ikakhulukazi bona bahayi ukuthi bayangifonela mina ngiyabafonela. Ngifuna ukuthi bethethe istatement nakwenye ngeke ngingakayithathi istatement. Ngoba kwanami ukuze ngizokwazi ukuthi ngiyolokhuza istatement ukuze ngikwazi ukubhala istatement ePhoenix kwase kungiphoqa ngoba kwase kushona uJiana esibhedlela. Amaphoyisa asePhoenix engafuni ukuya lapha na esibhedlela ukwazi ukuthi asize lapha na odokotela ukuze bakwazi ukuqhubeka neprocess. Ngahamba noma kodwa kaJiana ileso sikhathi engithole ngaso ukwazi ukuvula ngale icala kwakusebusuku.
What I can point out also about the people who had been tasked to actually investigate this matter is that it was after numerous phone calls to try to actually get through to them, and it was me who was actually making these phone calls, not the other way around, so that they would take down statements and maybe continue with the investigation. And it was only when Gianna was in hospital and he had passed on, that is when the statement was actually taken. And even so, they had actually made it difficult for the doctors at the hospital to continue with their process because they needed them at the hospital. And I had to go there with the wife of Mr. Gianna to the hospital. That is only when I was able to actually open the case. It was even at night.
Were you given a case number?
Why told the case number, Mhlambe?
I told the case number.
I did.
What was your case number? Or
Yeah.
what is your case number?
ithini mhlawumbe musayikhumbula?
Angisazi is 627.
I'm not really
It's
sure. I think it's
627.
627.
Kodwa ke nakhona sithi leyo case number is 627. Baba nempikiswano kakhulu. Kwathiwa singene ngaphansi kwe441 sonke. I441 lebala legenge yashona esasihamba nayo. Khona lapho engifuna ukukuveza nje kube sobala ngandaba lama case asePhoenix. Kuney'nsizwe esasihamba nazo laphana okunzuza nonsele. Kuvela laphana ukuthi bahlasela bedubula amaphoyisa bedublana namaphoyisa behamba ngeKhosa Light neKhosa Park. Ngabothene ebusuku. Ngabothene ebusuku ngangiselapha na mina ePine View la sasidutshulwa khona. Kwangekho Khosa Light lapha kwangekho Khosa Park lapha. Angiphiki lezo moto ukuthi zafika emva kwethu. Anguphiki lokho ukuthi mangase kuthiwa zafika after 10. Kwana lokho kudubulana. Kodwa hayi ukuthi kuthiwa kwenzeka kwenziwa uNtsele noNzuza. UNtsele noNzuza
Also about these case numbers that I'm referring to, there was some sort of confusion or a dispute as to whether we should be put on the 441 case number or the 627, because the 441 was relating to the deceased, our friends who had been deceased. And even on that, from that case, we were informed that it had said that Nzuza and Ntsele were traveling in a Khosa Baki, and there was some sort of a shootout between them and the police around 10 p.m., which is incorrect, because at 10 p.m. I was still there at Phoenix at the time, and it might be that there was a Khosa Light bike that had arrived after 10, or there might also have been a shootout, but it was not with Nzuza and Ntsele.
Okay, before you continue, I just want to clarify this. This case number, you were given at the police station or you were given at court? The reason why I'm asking you is because there's a case number and then there's a case number, right? The case number will be given by the police. The case number you will get at court.
Le case number kanti ukhuluma ngabe mnumzane Magaza wayithola epolice station noma wayithola enkantolo, ngoba kuyaye kube nomohluko mangasani kuse police station uyaye uthole lokho kubizwa nge-case number bese kuthi enkantolo uthole lokho okuyi case number.
mshuthu case number lo ngoba lokho wase police station.
It must be the case number because I got it from the police station.
Okay, so did it read 627 / then a number then / the year?
2021.
Yeah, ibhalwe kanjalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Then you can proceed.
Qhubeka mnumzane.
Yeah, lapho ngibachazelile abaseshi kuse early nje. Isaqala lento le isakhulumeka ngokuthi kulaphana khona iKhosa Light neKhosa Park kube bese identify ukuthi amabhodi yayelele kuphi Mzimba. Ngabatshela ukuthi no, le genge e2 yayihamba nathi emotweni kwi-double cab. Ibona abalima laba bangabokuqala laba kanye nezingane ezincane lezi engazazi ukuthi lamandi agcina ayishonisaphi lezo ngane.
And I explained to the investigating officers in regards to the Khosa Light or the Khosa Baki that the two gentlemen were in our company. They were the first ones who had actually gotten injured. And there were other two younger gentlemen. I don't know what the Indians actually did with them.
Ngithe ingane zo3 sorry iphutha mengithi zo2
No, it's actually 3 younger gentlemen.
Yes.
Qhubeka mnumzane.
Yeah, sengisho ukuthi ke kuyiliphutha ukuthi icala lingaze lingene ecourt kuze kuthiwa ledlulele eHigh Court ngento esiyishoyo phansi kuse eli ukuthi iwrong akuyona.
As I was saying, it is quite wrong that a case would go as far as reaching the High Court. And there are issues that we had mentioned that were incorrect on the case.
Were you ever contacted by an investigating officer?
Mhlambe umseshi wake waxhumana nawe?
Kakhulu.
Extensively.
And what was it about?
Nixhumana ngani?
Sasixhumana ngefoni, sibonane ngamehlo nangamehlo.
Nikhuluma ngani?
Sasikhuluma ngawo la indaba yawo la case lapha nePhoenix. Baze basithatha bathi bafuna sobatshengisa ukuthi kwakuyikuphi. Safika sifika nje ngabatshengisa ukuthi uNzuza wayilelela, umlamuli wayilelela, izingane zazila. Lezo ngane zayengahambi nathi, izingane zayisukumela phansi sibaleke mshuthi zabulawa esayithina ngokuthi kwakubaleka thina kade icashele wona.
In fact, there were many contacts between myself and the investigating officers through the phone, sometimes even physically. And the issue was about that case. And they even took us to where this incident occurred, and they wanted us to point out to them. I pointed to them where Mr. Nzuza was lying, and Mr. Nzele, and even the the three kids that had somewhat surfaced on the road as we were trying to run, although they were not in our company.
Yeah. So since you've mentioned that the investigating officer has called you, or you've had interactions with him a number of times, were you ever called for an identification parade?
Emva uthi ke mhlambe sokwenzisa nixoxisene sekuzoba khona lokukhuluma kwakuphakathi kwenu nomseshi nize niyokhoma nendawo kokwenzeke yona isehlo. Mhlambe khona la wakubiza khona enibizele ukuthi niyokhoma labantu enithi kunenziwa yibona lezinto.
Akukho. Basibize sebethi asize enkantolo eVerelemo. Sobabona labantu ukuthi bayavela enkantolo.
No, there was not a point where they actually called us for some identity parade. Other than that, we were called to Verulam court so that we'd see whether the people would appear in court.
But before then, did you at some point identify the suspects to the police officers?
When you say identify, meaning?
Yeah, tell the police who are the suspects.
Mhlawumbe kukhona la kwako ukuthi kwadinga ukuthi mhlawumbe uchaze noma utshela amaphoyisa ukuthi labantu ababenze lokhu abantu abanjena nje uzama ubachaza.
Yeah, kukhona lapha esiba identify khona khathi ngenza i-statement. Aba-identifyele ukuthi abantu abangakanje kanje.
Yes, I had described them on the statement that I had recorded.
All right, and what is the name of the investigating officer?
Ubani igama lakhe umseshi lo?
Warrant Officer Pengu no Sergeant Madonsela.
Warrant Officer Pengu and Sergeant Madonsela.
So, between the two, who called you to come to court to identify the suspects?
Phakathi kwababili omupho wakubizele ngantolo ukuthi uyohlonza labantu.
Warrant Officer Pengu.
It was Warrant Officer Pengu.
Did he explain to you why the procedure of identifying the witnesses at court?
Mhlambe wakuchazela ukuthi yiphi mhlambe noma kwenziwani ukuthi kufanele nize niyobahlonze ngantolo labantu?
Ngitheme ngimbuza ngalokho. Yagcina imbono yethu wangathi ayizwani. Sagcina singasaboni ngasolinye ngoba akazange anginikeze impendulo engangilindele ukuthi mina uzonginikeza zona.
When I inquired about that from him, we ended up not seeing eye to eye, if I may put it like that, because he did not give me the responses that I was looking for.
But whilst at court, did you point out these suspects?
Ngesikhathi usengandolo wabakhomba mhlambe labasolo?
Azange sabakhomba kodwa sasibabona sabatshela bona ngoba sahleli nabo emabhenjini ukuthi njengoba sebengenile u-accused number 1 uyena wokuqala lwengakhuluma naye mina kakhulu khathi kuze kulimala uNzuza uyena futhi lo owayekade embamba ngamawashing emfaka isibhamu emlonyeni.
We did not point them out, but rather we had told them as we were seated together on the benches at court that the first accused is the first person that we've spoken to, and also is the same person who grabbed Mr. Nzuza on his chest and actually poked a firearm on his mouth.
You keep on referring to we told them. Who else was with you there?
Uthi uma ukhuluma uthi sabatshela wawuhamba nobani kanti?
Ngophi enkantolo? Enkantolo nganginomkhize, noDlamini, noManene.
It was myself, Mkhize, Dlamini, and Manene.
Yeah, Nkosi Sibongo.
Ubani uNkosi Manene?
Yeah.
Manene's surname is Nkosi.
So all the persons that, or how many people were there in that you told the police officers that they are the suspects?
Bangakhi abantu owabahlonza njengabasolwa lapha ngesikhathi utshela amaphoyisa?
Bawu4 nje nengane encane ka5 ehleli nathi la emabhenjeni. Laba baboshwe nje bawu4.
The 4 were in custody, and the 5th one was the one who was a bit younger, who was seated with us.
Now, when you say they were in custody, do you mean that they were held in the cells, or they appeared in court, they were in a witness box?
Uma uthi babengaphakathi usho ukuthi babekade besesitokisini noma mhlambe bavele enkantolo noma
babekade beqhamuke eTokisini ngoba babekade beoscothiwe ilokhuzana amaphoyisa behamba ngelokhuzana ngekhenta lemoto yamaphoyisa le elayishayo. Besuka khona emshuthi eTokisini.
They were coming from the cells. They had been escorted by the police in the police vehicle.
So, at the time that you were, or you told the police that these are the suspects, were they appearing for any other matter in court? Was it for a bail application? What was it for?
Ngesikhathi uthi nizentshela amaphoyisa ukuthi yilaba ke labantu enithi bakwenza lokho, babekade bevele enkantolo ngani mhlambe babeyofaka isicelo sebail noma beyovela ngelinye icala noma okwenzakalana?
Babevela ngalo leli lethu kodwa befaka isicelo sebail kodwa lihamba ngendlela errong ngoba kutho abantu ababulala bahamba ngekhosa light okulokho ku wrong. Okuthiwa babedubulana ngamaphoyisa bona behla bezosiza lokho ku wrong. Leke ngiyalimala imini ihamba nathi ayikazi kudubulane namaphoyisa bona behla bezosiza amaphoyisa njengobani bona bangasiza amaphoyisa.
They were appearing on our matter, and they were applying for bail, although it was on incorrect information because according to the case, the deceased had been in a shootout with the police, and they were driving in a Kosalite Baki, and which is incorrect. And according to the case also, these people or the Indians were assisting the police when the deceased got shot at. How would they be assisting the police?
Okay, this may be a bit of an unfair question. Did you know if a bail was opposed by the police?
Mhlambe lo mbuzo ungangakwazi ukuphendula mnumzane Magaza ngokwazi kwakho mhlambe amaphoyisa ayengahambisani nokuthi badethelwe ngebail abasola lapho.
Or rather, maybe did you ask if the police opposed the bail application?
Noma mhlambe wabuza ukuthi ngabe amaphoyisa awahambisani nanokuthi athelwe ngebail noma mhlambe ayahambisana ukuthi athelwe ngebail abasola lapho.
Wona amaphika amaphoyisa lawa warrant officer uBhengu noma lawa ayagade ngaphakathi enkantolo.
Which police officers are you referring to? You mean Minister Bhengu and Madonsela, or the ones who were actually guarding at court?
Bhengu and Madonsela, because they were the IOs.
uBhengu kanye noMadonsela ngoba yibona phela bebeyabasesha.
Yeah, uBhengu noMadonsela mola leli statement zabo yazi ukuthi ibail bayazama ukuyivala kodwa uyakuzwa ukuthi kuweak even ngisho imantshi iyasho ukuthi babhale statement eyiphuwa yasho kanje.
From the statements of Mr. Bengu as the investigating officers, you could see that they are trying to say they don't want them to get bail. But from their statement, it would seem they are quite weak. Even the magistrate mentioned that they recorded poor statements.
Yeah, sure, kanje.
That's what the magistrate says.
So what you're explaining to us today is that bail was actually opposed, but the magistrate granted bail.
Kushuthi uthi amaphoyisa ayengahambisani ukuthi badedelwe ngebail labantu kodwa umantshi wagcina banikile bail.
Hayi engahambisani ngokwestatement zawo ayengahambisani. Kodwa ngokuthi kwakuyikho imbhalo wabo babewubhalile. Kwakuphoqa ukuthi ngishuthi imantshi banikeze. Nanokuthi imantshi ilindiya futhi vele.
Yes, they were opposing bail. Although, according to the magistrates, their statements were quite poor, and the magistrate was forced to actually give them bail. And also, the magistrate was of Indian descent.
So, according to you, what was the reason why they got bail?
Mhlambe ngokwakho bayithole ngenxa ziphi izathu bail?
Ngokwami ibail bayithole ngoba lelacala lithethelwa enkantolo yaseVerelemo. Okokuqala nje umuntu wayelaphana oyimanje uyilindiya umshushiso khona yindiya abamele laba bangababoshwa amandiya okunye ngakunakusisa abekho abantu abamele abantu abashonile laba abantu ababoshiwe ibona bodwa abaveziswe imindeni yabo mebeqala bekhupha ngamastephisi baqabulana nezingane zabo namakhosikazi abo bayohlala phansi. Konke lokho sasekubuka sangakuthanda and message siyakhuluma kulabo esihamba nabo warrant officer uBhengu bathi hayi thulani.
I think the reason is that the matter was tried at a Verulam court, and in which the magistrate there is an Indian person. The prosecutor is an Indian person. Even the attorneys for that matter were representing the accused who were of Indian descent. And there was no one who was representing the deceased or the victims in the matter. And also at the stage that they were entering the court, they were busy kissing their relatives and their wives and before they could actually get into the box. And when we tried to show or voice out our unhappiness of that, Mr. Bengu then told us that let's rather leave it at that.
Do you know what is the status of your case right now?
Unalo ulwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe manje icala lima maphi kwenzakalani ngalo?
Kwathiwa lizodlulela eHigh Court kulonyaka ozoqala. Ngabuza ukuthi lidlula kanjani kuye eHigh Court ekubeni sisho ukuthi ku wrong ukuthi laba bantu babengahambi ngekhosa light yokuqala yilokho. Lize lihambe kuthiwa liye eHigh Court ekubeni ku wrong ukuthi okay,
I was informed that the case would proceed to the High Court in the following year, that is with the new year that's coming. And we asked, how can it be with incorrect information wherein it says that these people were traveling in a Kosalite in which that is incorrect?
Was it explained to you why the case was being taken to the High Court?
Mhlambe watshela wena mnumzane Magwaza ukuthi lolu daba ludluliselwa ntoni ngudluliselwa ngani kwinkantolo ephakeme?
Asitshelwa ngalutho ngoba nakhona sasilokho simbambathwa ngoba sasibona ngathi kudlalwa ngathi kulo lonke lento yase Phoenix. Amandi yakhishwa lapha akhishwa ngamabheli la isukumela lithi ngihola impesheni ngidla amaphilisi kuthi unga afford malini ebheli kubuza imantshi lapha lithi hayi mina ngaba u500 rand.
It was not explained to us because it would seem they were rather taking us for fools because whenever we inquired about something, because when these Indians were appearing and then they're asking for bail, and then they would be asked how much they afford, and then they would say, one would say maybe he's a pensioner and he can only afford a bail of 500 rands, and then they would actually be granted such.
But Mr. Magaza, since you had a problem that the cases are treated in an unfair way because it's Indian magistrate, it's police, it's the prosecutors, And now the case has been taken out of the jurisdiction of the magistrate court or the regional court in Phoenix or where it was. It's taken to the High Court. Don't you think that that is a lot better?
Mhlawumbe mnumzana Magaza ngoba ke uthi nani ngeneme ngesikhathi lolu daba lusese enkantolo le Everlem ngoba uyasho ukuthi uningi labantu abakuyona inkantolo ngisho nomanje kwakuhamandiya mhlawumbe akungconwanga ke manje ngoba nakho selizela khisho lapha Everlem selise enkantolo ephakeme.
Ayi ngeke ngithi kungcono ngoba lekho eselike laqulwa phakathi kwawo njengoba kuthiwa yazodlulela eHigh Court lamacala. Mhlawumbe ngathi kungcono mase kukhona elilodwa esike langena kwayikhona eHigh Court kwakhona amandi yagwetshwayo ngalento. Mhlawumbe ngoqala ngithi kungcono.
Well, I wouldn't say there's nothing better because if they hadn't been tried, all of these matters hadn't been tried, I don't see anything that I would say is better. And maybe it would be better if one of them had appeared and some of the Indians had been sentenced. Maybe I would say it is much better.
Yeah, but the trial hasn't taken place, right? Or what has the investigating officer said about the progress in your case?
Ngoba vele nje mnumzana Magaza ilokhuzana icala alikaqala ukuqulwa mhlambe ke umseshi uthini yena ngokuthi selima maphi leli lakho icala mhlambe
Akazange informe ngalutho.
He hasn't informed me anything.
Now finally, Mr. Magaza, I didn't get whether you have a wife and family, right? But what I would like to find out is how has this whole incident impacted on you and your family?
Okugcina nje mnumzana Magaza uthi akaze angathole kusazana lokuthi kungabe mhlawumbe unawo unkosikazi nezingane ezina kodwa ke noma kunjalo mhlawumbe lonke lesehlo sibe namthela muni mhlawumbe kuwena kanye nomndeni wakho.
Sabahlukumeza kakhulu, singihlukumeze kakhulu, angifuna uqamba amanga. Nomndeni wami sawuhlukumeza kakhulu. Futhi namanje kumina asikakadluli lesimo sase Phoenix angifuna uqamba amanga futhi mhlawumbe kuyothatha isikhathi.
It has hurt me and my family greatly, and even now I don't think I have actually moved on from this incident of Phoenix. It will take some time.
And what do you think could be done in order to correct the injustice that has been done to you?
Mhlawumbe ngokwakho wena mnumzana Magaza ukupho bona ukuthi kufanele kwenziwe ukuze kwenziwe ubulungiswa.
Ngokwami ukubona ukuthi uhulumeni ngacela ukuthi akangenelele akhokhe imoto zegenge ezashaya ezabosisi bethu ezabobhutu bethu wonke umuntu owashelwa imoto wonke umuntu owashonelwa izihlobo zakhe nabazisulu zokulimala ePhoenix mhlambe inhliziyo zingaxola futhi mhlambe singangefisa ukuthi sibukane kabi nalobo mdaba waseNdiya.
In my view, I think maybe the government needs to intervene in the sense of compensation, especially for the people who had lost their vehicles that were burnt, and also even for the other victims who has who have family members that had actually died. Maybe it would make us feel better and also make us be able to live amongst the Indians in peace, probably.
Thank you, Commissioner. No further questions.
Okay, ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've got just few questions.
Okay.
Chairperson, I won't take much of your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Magaza.
Yeah.
Just to recap, how many were you in that vehicle driven by Mr. Mkize?
Nani bangakhi kule moto eyayishayelwa uMkize?
Ngithi sasiba u9.
I think there were 9 of us.
And then just to recap, how many of the 9 later passed or were killed?
Kula about 9 bangakhi abashona noma mhlawumbe babulawa?
About 3.
3.
Please name them.
Amagama wabo.
Umlamuli ngwakantsele,
Mlamuli Ntsele,
kube ufano ngwakanzuza. Fano yebo.
Fano Nzuza,
Kube Robert Giana.
and Robert Gian.
Okay. Now, you say you witnessed the hard body owned by Mr. Mkiza burning.
Yebo.
Yes.
It was burning next to another BMW.
Uthi yayisha eduze kwemoto yayi-BMW.
Lapho engayifica khona ebusuku erobotini.
Where I found yes at the robot at night.
NangoLwesibili ngayifica, nangoLwesithathu ngayifica.
Even on Tuesday and Wednesday, I found it there.
Your injuries on your right hand, did you? Yes. No, I think my colleague did ask this question. Chair, we've got no further questions.
Thank you. Just one issue that we want to cover, and that is anything that you have testified here today. Was any of this dealt with at the Verulam Magistrates Court hearing? That's now the bail hearing. So were any of what you said today also dealt with at the Verulam bail hearing?
Mhlambe elokhuzeni enkantolo le Everlem ngesikhathi befaka isicelo sebail konke lokhu mhlambe okhulume ngawo namhlanje kuke kwafinyelelwa kukona mhlambe.
Hayi akukho kwakhulunywa lapha bangena nje beqhamuka phansi lapha eMasterbisini bahagana nemndeni yabo baqabula izingane zabo namakhosikazi abo babehlala phansi kwaya wayikhuluma manje kwakelokhuzwa amabheli ayiqala yayifunda istatement zobhengo yayibanikeza amabheli njalo umuntu esho ukuthi anga-afford ibheli yamalini.
There was not much that was spoken there. They came in and they hugged their families and kissed their wives, and they went on to sit, and the magistrate spoke, and then the statements of Bengu and others were read, and then they were then given or granted bail based on their affordability.
Did Madonsela testify, or did the prosecutor only read from these statements?
Madonsela mhlambe noMubengu bethula ubufakazi lapha ngesikhathi kufaka isicelo sebail noma mhlambe umshushisi wamana wafunda istatement zabo nje.
Wamana wafunda istatement zabo bathulanga ubufakazi babehleli nathi la emabhenjini aze basume ngisho ukusukuma.
The prosecutor read their statements. They never testified. They were seated with us in the benches.
And in these statements, can you recall more or less? Oh, sorry. In the state, was it the statement from Bengu and Madonsela, or just from one of the two, and which one?
Is that Mendele sesafunda kwaku ezabobo 2 uBengu noMadonsela nomhlambe kwakuyesinye sabo?
Kwangesikabhengu.
It was Bengu's statement.
Okay, and can you recall more or less what was in Bengu's statement? Was it what you have told us now more or less, or what was in that statement more or less?
Mhlambe usakhumbula ukuthi kule statement esikaBhengu kwakukhulunywa ngani kusona noma mhlambe yiloko sositshele ngako noma kokuyinto ecishe ifana lo?
Kuncenyana nje ngakukhumbula ukuthi kwakhuluma ngokuthi into eyenza ukuthi angabanikeza ibail ukuthi ofakazi bakhe abakhona ePhoenix usabela ngempilo yabo ukuthi bangaba nenkinga yathile ukuze nalathi ijaji ubezwe ngobani ukuthi bazohlaselwa bangahlaselwa mebelokhuza umethula ubufakazi ngabo kwaba into encane nje.
It was a small portion, or in fact, I recall a small portion of the statement, because I recall a point where on the statement he was saying that he was opposed to bail because he's worried about the safety of the witnesses, because the witnesses are all from Phoenix. And the response from the magistrate was that how would he have known that those witnesses would be somewhat be in danger or be attacked because of their testimony. It was a small thing, really, that they spoke about.
Okay, thank you. And then just one other point, and that is the Mr. Magaza testified here, you know, how he got injured and so on. Did you see that? And can you maybe a bit elaborate on what you have seen with respect to Mr. Magaza's injuries and how it occurred?
I'm not sure I got the question, Chair.
No, I say, sorry. What I'm saying is that before his testimony, Mr. Magaza testified. And Mr. Magaza testified how he, being Mr. Magaza, got injured in the whole thing that happened there. Did the witness see the injuries to Mr. Magaza taking place? And if so, can he tell us what he saw in respect of the injuries to Mr. Magaza and how it took place?
Umnumzana umkhize wena mnumzana Magaza wethula ubufakazi echaza ukuthi walimala kanjani yini ehla kuyena azagcina selimala. Mhlambe wawubona ngesikhathi elinyazwa uma ngasana ukuthi khona into wayibona mhlambe khona okuthize ongasitshela kona ngakho.
Chair, perhaps before the witness answers, my recollection of Mr. Mkhize's evidence was that at the time Mr. Magaza was busy trying to discuss the whole issue of the van being hacked, they all scattered, and at the time Mr. Magaza got injured, he was alone. If that's if my memory serves me well. But the witness is at liberty to respond.
Yeah, I mean, he can also obviously answer to say he didn't see how Mr. Magaza got injured.
Mhlambe kukhona into owayibona wena mnumzana Magaza ngokulimala wakho mnumzana Mkhize.
Hayi angibange ngisabona lapha yena agcine esedubuleka khona, kodwa besadubula imoto ngangiyilandela ngajikiswa yikho ukuthi bayayidubula imoto. Lapha yena esephethela khona bengasekho mina, wayehleli nezingane ezimbili kuphela lezi alimala nazo.
At that point, I was no longer present, Chair, because the last time I had any interaction, in fact, with the vehicle, it was at the time I was trying to chase after the vehicle, and the vehicle was being shot at. And that is the reason I decided to turn back. And as to when he got injured or when he got shot, I was no longer present. It was only with him and the younger gentleman that he was left with in the vehicle.
Thanks, that explains that. Thank you. Commissioner Tuli.
Njaman.
Yebo, sanibona.
Ngokusheshsha nje ngathi isikhathi siyahamba. Ngicela usichazisele ukuthi uyazini ukuthi warrant officer Bhengu benoMadonsela basebenza kuphi?
Do you happen to know where Warrant Officer Bhengu and Madonsela where's their workstation?
Basebenza province task team as a province.
They work for the provincial task team.
Isteshi la aba based khona.
Lapha aba base khona.
You know this police station they're based at?
Angikho sure ngokwesiteshi ukuthi babheseke uphi ngoba baqhamuke sebekhethwa ngaphansi kwale task team yase province lebisizophenya lamaqala ase Phoenix.
I am not really sure of the stations they are coming from because they were picked for the task team, the provincial task team.
Okay. Labantwana abawu4 othi baqhamuka wena wagcina ususele nalo yedwa ona 15 kanje. Laba abanye abawu3 bebelingana naye nabo bebeno 15 noma?
The children that you're referring to that came to, the 4 children, and you ended up only with one of them who was around 15 years old. The other 3, were they of the same age?
Ngizothanda ukudideka kancane ukuthi mhlambe ibona baphi osikhuluma ngabo noma ilaba engithi mina basukuma esikhotheni khathi kugijima thina babe yi4 labo abayi3 balimala ngibuka oyedwa wasithela nathi emfuleni angibazi wagcina wabaleka yena washonaphi ngoba ngibanga ngizambona eseshona emfuleni kube khona abafice thina sivele ehlele emfuleni
Baba ngakho la mhla
labo babe ngizothi mshuthi babe u5 ukuthi bafike kuqale kwafika aba4 kwase kufika oyedwa ehambela yedwa
I'm not sure which ones you're referring to because there were the 4 that at the time that we were trying to flee towards the river and they appeared from the bushes and then they injured the 3 and we were only left with 1 that we actually went to the river with. And then there is another group that would be the 5 that came when we were already at that river.
Ngichaza laba ababa u4 okwasala aba u3 kwase wasuhamba noyedwa emfuleni laba bantwana aba u3 nje abawaphansi usagijima esikhotheni
I mean the 4 that came to appeared from the bushes and then you were only left with 1.
Oh ayilaba ngazi bagcina benzeke kanjani ngoba saya laphana nabaseshi ngabatshengisa kukhona no Brigadier Umpele ukuthi hayisasilala abafana babela kwaphela kanjalo laba abazingane ezincane ngoba laba abancane kakhulu laba engithi basukuma sisagijima hayi mhlawumbe labo bangaba no 10 years 8 years kwakuyizingane ezincane ngoba wawungayiboni noma ilele phansi
I don't know what became of the 3 because I even pointed out to Brigadier Mbele where we had actually last had interaction them with, and the ones that you're referring to, they would have been around 10 to 8 years old. They were young. Because they were too short, you wouldn't even be able to see whether they're standing or they were lying down.
Okay, ngiyabonga Njomane. Omunye kumbuzo uthi uthe uhamba futhi wabona nabanye osisi ebebe shaye abanye bebeqaphiwe omunye bedubuliwe egqiza igazi ebeleni wakhuluma naye ke kunempikiswano yokuthi badubuleke kanjani ngicela usichazele ngokubona kwakho ukuthi lo sisi ngesikhathi ekuchazela ukuthi kwenzakaleni kuyena uthena kwenzakalani bebona kwenzakale into efanayo nani noma kobe nokuhluka ukuthikamezeka kwabo.
You explained to us that along the way there were ladies that had been shot at and some had been hacked, and there was one that you spoke to that was bleeding from the breast area, and what I want to find out is that when you spoke to her, was her experience or the way that this matter unfolded, was it really similar to yours or was it something different?
Hayi ngathi mengikhuluma naye lo asisi wathi hayi besihamba la emgwaqweni sadutshulwa umfana weNdiya walapha yawamkhomba thina yangemlapha uPhilip igama lakhe owacaca ukuthi uyamani negama wathi uPhilip igama lakhe ngithe ngisakhuluma nayo nje leyo ntombazane sathi siyaphendulana yasuke yawa.
I spoke to this lady.
Ngangabe ngisakwazi ukuqhubeka nayo ngoba yayisiwini.
I spoke to this lady and she told me that they were walking on the road, and when then a young Indian gentleman whose name is Philip, she seemed to know him and is the one who actually shot them. And while I was still speaking to him, she then fell down or collapsed. She even pointed to me before she could collapse where this Philip was coming from, the house that this Philip was coming from.
Njomane yonke lento ithinte kanjani ubudlelwane bakho noPark namanye amandiya osebenzisana nawo noma owabangani nabo?
All this, how what effect has it had on the relationship you would have had with Indians and also Pakri?
Hayi uPakri sizwana kakhulu uPakri kodwa amanye amandiya azwani ngoba ngosuku lokuqala nje ngifikile emsebenzini la ngitohoza khona kuza elinye kumina lizongibuza ukuthi ngiphumapi hayi ngiyalitshela lithi ngiphethe incwadi othi kade ngekho kadokotela na ngithi hayi ngiyiphethe lithi angiyilethe ngithi hayi ngizoyiletha lapho ngangikhuluma nenye intombazane esebenza nayo lahamba nje mhlawumbe 2 minutes labuya eduze labuya selibuya nelinye India melibuya naleli India liyalitshela ukuthi kade mina ngingekho sasiyolutha idolo zamacharo ePhoenix sengingenelela lapho ke mina ngokukhuluma sengithi mina hayi sasiyolutha isiphi isitolo esiluthiwe ePhoenix na samande lithi lona ngaliphenduli sasiyolutha ngabe ngconthi ngafa bese ngithi mina hayi yabona ngoba wena uzazi ukuthi uthini vele ungiyeke yabo ngithathe ngokuhlonipha
Imago, I have a very good relationship with Pakri, but I don't really like other Indians. For example, at work, when I went back to work, there was an Indian person who actually came to me, and this person was asking me about my leave as to do I have any documentation to support such, and I told this person that I had a doctor's note for such, and he left me for a few minutes and then came back with another Indian person, and then he said that this Indian said this one, referring to me, saying this one was not at work and he had been looting Indian shops, in reference to charo, that is the word that he used. And I asked him which Phoenix Indian shops that had been looted, and he responded that I should not say anything because I looted the shops of the Indians and I should have died. And then I responded to him that if you don't have anything to say, rather shut up.
Kuthe kusenjalo ngitholitshela ukuthi hayi alimane lingiyeke uma lingazazi ukuthi lifuna ukuthini lathi hayi la ngithethisa lathi ngine attitude ebhedayo kuthetha leli elinye ke lifika nalo sengithethisa omabili ngibese ngilichazela ngiyalibuza ukuthi mina uma wena uyakwakho njengoba wena uhlala ePhoenix ngoba nalo lihlala ePhoenix indlela yakho ayidluli eManmorian uma eCrossing na sabanga lokho intombazane langanginayo yaphuthuma yahamba ngayithethe yabaleka kanti iyobikela elinye liwumphathi
Then when I responded to him, then he said I had a bad attitude. And that was the one that he had, the second one that the first one had brought. And I told this one, in fact, responding to that one, that if you're going to Phoenix, don't you pass the crossroads or the Minoria? And then the lady that I was initially speaking to then left for a second. I thought she was running away, but she was reporting this matter to one who's also a supervisor. That would be an Indian person.
Yeah. Libese liqhamuka ke leli umbathi lithe melifika la qhamuka lihambe libhema ugwayi lawa awu2 angivimbele ngoba le ndawo ili passage angivimbe passage la kumele ngihambe khona laqhamuka leli lihambe libhema ugwayi la ulahla lapho ugwayi hayileza lishesha ngilijwayele kakhulu nje sijwayelene kakhulu even kwayilona leli libeli kade lingibuza yona lento sijwayelene kakhulu.
Then the one who is the supervisor came, and at that point the two that had came initially were standing on the passage and they were blocking me, and the one who's the supervisor came and he was smoking, and he then threw the cigarette away, and I was actually familiar with both of them, the one that who initially came and the one who's the supervisor.
Lithe melifika leli elo supervisor lafika la ngiripha ngamawashing labuza ukuthi ngithini kuleli angiye attitude yami yokuchwenza.
Then the one who's the supervisor came to me and grabbed me on my shirt, and then saying that what am I saying to the other one, that would be the first one that came, and I must leave this bad attitude.
Ngibese ngiliphusha lapha ngithe mengiliphusha ngadonsa isibhamu ngesandla saka right ase mova ndawonye kabona ukuthi ngisho ukuthi ngifuna ukudubula ngenhlanhla kanti kwakunomabasa ngemva kwami wangikhuza wathi angiwayeke.
I then pushed that one who had grabbed me back, and after I had pushed that one, I then reached for my firearm with my right hand, and then they retreated when they saw that I was intending to shoot. Luckily, Mr. Mabaso was behind me to assist.
Emva kwalokho ke ngabe sengwayeka kanjalo ke ngahamba ngabikela abanye abangabaphathi bami kwagcina nje kuvuleke nama statement kanjalo kwaphela kanjalo labuya ke leli ekwakuyilona lalisusa indaba lazoxolisa naleli lalikade lengibamba ngamawashing lathi lona hayi belizama ukusikhuza ngalibuza ukuthi ubusikhuza kanjani mina mangibamba amawashing.
Then I left them there, and there was a matter that was somewhat opened. And after that, the first one actually came to me to apologize. And even the one who was a supervisor came to me, also apologized, saying that he was trying to intervene. And then I asked him, how could you how do you intervene by grabbing someone on their shirt?
Kodwa njengamazwi amafishane leli indiyo kuthiwa uphakre anginankinga nalo angisoze ngaba nenkinga nalo ngisho ngakuthiwa kulo abantu abamnyama namandiya uma ngizwa kuthiwa limalile inhliziyo yami ngabhlungu kodwa amanye amandiya anginandaba nje nalo ngisho ngakuthiwa lifile ngisho ngakuthiwa linjani anginamsebenzi nawo amandiya ahlungumeza kakhulu asivezela ubulwane obunzima kakhulu amandiya.
As I said, in short, I have no problem with the Indian gentleman called Parkre. Even if he would be hurt, I would try to assist them. And if, for example, there would be some sort of altercation between black people and Indians, I would be hurt if he would be injured or even die. But the rest of the Indians, I have no care for them. And whatever that happens to them, I really don't have anything to say about them.
Okugcina ke njomane uke wathi abanye abantu bebefile noma bebeqabiwe bebethathwa belayishwe emotweni beyolahlwa ngokubona kwakho wonke umuntu owashona ngalesa sigameko watholakala noma ngokucabanga kwakho nokubona kwakho kukhona imizimba engakatholakala.
You had mentioned that after the people had been killed, the Indians would load them up and actually throw them away. In your view, would you say all the bodies were recovered or some were not recovered?
Ngiyabonga kakhulu umbuzo kaSesila ngibuza wona. Ngokubuka kwami nangendlela engabona ngayo miningi imizimba yabantu bakithi abamnyama engatholakalanga. Futhi ngamthola umfowethu lo okuyena wasiza lensizwa yakamkhize ngoba ethi umkhize akazazi ukuthi wafika kanjani eclinic. Umkhize wafika nenye insizwa engeke ngayidawulola igama layo eyamsizayo wafinyelela esibhedlela yathatha ukhiye wasendlini yakhe yabhala wayibhalela inamba kankosikazi wakhe. Unkosikazi wakwazi ukuthola inamba leyo nsizwa. Leyo nsizwa leyo ngifike ngikhulume nayo sabonana ngayidonsela ko brigadier ombele no kwakumbele kwakubrigadier umbele nomkobhozi saya na station kwamashu ngoba ePhoenix yathi hayi iyesabe ePhoenix amandi ayazi kakhulu.
I am grateful for the question because in my view I think there are a lot of bodies that were not recovered. And also with regards to what Mr. Mkize is saying that he doesn't know how he actually got to hospital or to the clinic. There is a gentleman that I found who was of assistance to him at the stage that he went to the clinic, and he's the one who actually conveyed him to the clinic. And he had, Mr. Mkize had been able to actually write down the phone number of his wife, and also that gentleman took the keys of Mr. Mkize's house so that he would be able to contact the wife. And I even managed after I found this gentleman, I managed to actually get him to contact or be in contact with Brigadier Mbele and Brigadier Mkobozi, but I'm unable to divulge the name of this gentleman.
Angazi noma sengaqhubeka. Leyo nsizwa ayiveza ngokusobala ukuthi cha miningi imizimba yabantu engatholakele amandiye besebenzise imoto ukubalayisha uze wakhomba igarage elikhona lapha ePhoenix wathi eminye bayiphosa ngale emva kwaleli garage wangitshengisa kwanami igarage wathi bayiphosa ngale emva kwaleli garage.
This gentleman informed me that there are many bodies that were not.
Nabo wabajela.
that were not recovered. And he informed me that the Indians would take these bodies and load them up on vehicles, and then they would throw them away, and even pointed to me the garage that they actually threw the bodies behind of this garage. And he told me this and also informed and he also informed the police.
Ngokwazi kwakho amaphoyisa alandelela lolu daba lokubheka imizimba.
According to your knowledge, the police actually follow up on that issue of bodies.
Bathi hayi udlala ngabo kade bayicinga yonke imhosha yasePhoenix ayikho lento ayishoyo lo.
They said no, he was taking them for a fool because they had searched for the bodies, the whole of Phoenix, every cranny and corner of Phoenix, but they could not find them.
Ngiyabonga Njoman.
Yeah, sir.
Commissioner Nelson.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Magaza. Do you know what happened to the perpetrator, the ones, Philip, that shot those 3 girls?
Ngokwazi kwakho mhlambe uPhilip kwagcina kwenzakalani ngaye lo uthi wayedubule amantombazana la.
Ngokwazi wami ukuthi wagcina yenzakalani ngaye. Angazi ukuthi wagcina yenzakalani ngaye.
I don't know what happened to him.
Sir, you said that when you, with Mr. Parker, you were driving around, he picked you up at 10 o'clock, you eventually arrived at 2 o'clock at your house, and you saw many incidents. Did you see any other bodies while you were driving around, or people being shot that during the time that you were on your way home?
Ngesikhathi ngoba uthe wake onake nazo ngeza nino Parker lapha eLokhuzana ePhoenix ngaphambi ukuthi akuse ngasekhaya. Mhlawumbe wayibona imizimba yabantu ungase bekuthi badubulekile noma mhlawumbe bebedutshulwa ngesikhathi nisahamba lapha.
Yeah, lele celeni kumgwaqo noma.
You mean on the side of the road?
Yeah, on the side of the road.
Hayi ngithi babeyishisa ngamathayi usubona ngemlilo nje uthothi kanti abantu labo.
They were burning the bodies with tires. You would see the fire that this was a person.
And then very lastly from me, sir, I'm concerned, and I raise this with you, that they can say that the case can go to the High Court. And early on in Mr. Magaza's evidence, I asked the question whether a statement was taken from him. Because before the case could be completed, there must be statements taken from all the people involved and make sure that there's a full dossier that goes to the National Prosecuting Authority in order for it to be placed on the roll. And if Mr. Magaza's evidence was not taken down in a statement form, how can they then say they just add it to the case? Because Mr. Magaza does not come in as a witness. He comes in as a complainant because he went through the stuff. He was shot, he was assaulted, all of these things. So you cannot just say, we will add it later. In order for the dossier to be completed, Warrant Officer, Pengu, and he's the main investigator, it seems, should complete the thing. And therefore, it's of great concern that even when in the case of the Verlem case where the accused applied for bail, that their preparation could be so weak that the magistrate could grant bail. So I don't know whether that's why my question was, has Warrant Officer Bengu explained in detail the process to you, how it's going to happen, and why this case is going to the High Court? And no case, in my opinion, and our learned friends must tell me, but no criminal cases come to the High Court unless it follows through the process and before it's placed on the High Court roll. So I want to know whether they explained that to you in detail. Thank you.
Ukuveza uCommissioner ukuthi no kumshayisa ngovalo mangasane nithi lolu daba kwathola uhanjiswe enkantolo ephakeme ikakhulukazi ngoba phela umkhize wethu ubufakazi esho ukuthi istatement ekena kahle kahle asikakothathwa ukuthi esisho ukuthi kwenzakaleni ngalolu wasuku nanokuthi ngendlela abayisho ngayo bayisho sengazi ukuthi bayomane bamnezezele nje kulona icala leli kahle kahle akufana ngabe uyanezezela ngoba phela ubufakazi bakho mangasane bethula kutshengisa ukuthi kahle kahle ummangali kulona udaba lolu ngakho uma ngasanisele enkantolo ephakeme befanga bese ukuthi zonke lezo zinto sezenzekile ubufakazi bakhe sebuthathiwe sebuqoqiwe sekuphelele ukuthi kuze kugcine sekuyofilela enkantolo ephakeme manje uma ngasane bethi balihambise enkantolo ephakeme bokuthi lo bufakazi bakakophelele bushayisa ngovalo lokho uyona commission nanokuthi ke futhi nangesikhathi kwenza isicelo sebail befanga bazonke lezo zinto mhlambe sezisesimweni sokuthi zibe ukuthi ziyaqeda ukuthi futhi ngesikhathi behlele ukuthi bewenze sibeyophendula uma kufaka isicelo sebail kube ukuthi banobufakazi obuphelele bakwazi ukuphendula ngento ezwakalayo bangabe ukuthi bazoshona ngento eweek nje makade usho nawe mhlambe wena ke umnumzana uBhengu noma kumseshi loyo ekuyena umseshi wecala wachazela kahle ukuthi yesiphi isizathu nanokuthi kwenziwa yini ukuthi leli cala kuze ukuthi lihambe lenkantolo ephakeme
ngathi mengimbuza iyona nto yayikhomba ukuthi isibambanisa ngokombono ngoba ngangagculiseki sinomkhize nalezi insizwe sasihamba nazo ukuthi lidlula kanjani ukuthi lize le high court lingakaze liqulwe nakanye la futhi lidlule le high court nento ezilihlaza ngoba siyasho ukuthi abokuqala nje umlamuli benonzuza babengahambi ngekhosalite okay ngidlula nje kulokho impendulo yakhe lapha ithi hayi ikhathi lizothetheka kahle maseli lapha ne high court khulekani nini yabo
it was also our concern at the time that we spoke to him. That is the reason that we somewhat had different views on the matter. Because our question was that how can it be it proceeds to the High Court while there are issues that are not correct. For example, the issue of the Kosalite Baki. And we had mentioned to him that Nzuza and other were not traveling in the Kosalite. And his response was that, no, that's where actually it will be spoken of at the trial court, that would be at the High Court at that stage. And we had such issues that there were other things that should have been ironed out before they would actually reach the High Court.
Chairperson, there was just one thing, I don't know whether it was in your evidence or the evidence of Mr. Mkhize, where Warrant Officer Mbengu would say, no, they will be arrested again.
Kukhona into ke yavela aqiniseke nobe kuwena obethulfazi noma umkhizo bethi uthe uBhengu basa khona abantu abasozobuye baboshwe kuleli icala.
It was the evidence of Mr. Mkhize.
Oh.
Yeah.
So my question to you is if they will be arrested again, which means that my understanding then is that will they be arrested on Mr. Mkhize's complaint, or will Mr. Mkhize's complaint be added and they'll be rearrested whilst one's are in custody and the other ones are outside, which means, in my opinion, then it does appear that that case is not finalized. So how can it then go to a court if it's not finalized? Thanks. I'm just leaving it as a comment.
Ukuphawula nje kwakhe ukhomishana ukuthi ngesikhathi esho umnumzana Mkhize ukuthi kushuthi kukhona abebesazoboshwa kamuva emva ukuthi kushuthi emva ukuthi uthathe istatement esanje njengoba kuthiwa usazonezezela yena kulona icala kushuthi mhlawumbe bazothi ngoba ke sebephumile kule elinye babuye baboshwe sebeboshwa ngenxa ukuthi sekunezezelwe lokho okukhomisa kona ukuthi lo bufakazi kahle kahle kwangekaqedwe ukuthi kuphenywe njengoba kuze kugcine sekuthi liye enkantolo leli icala kahle kahle kuyabonakala ukuthi kwangekaqedwe ukuphenywa kusakhona ukuthi kusazokhona abasobuye baboshwe futhi ngenxa yestatement esizothathwa
angazi noma obona sisothe